Okay. Good morning. I'm going in late today for work, so I thought I'd play before I head out because I really want to play another game. So I'm trying to get to the point where I'm there. This story, I guess I should give it credit. I'm used to being able to beat an entire character's story like in 6 hours. Hello, Sleazy. But unfortunately, it has been taking quite a bit longer in these ones. It's about 2 hours a chapter, and there's 6 chapters. That's like, it's a long story. The first thing I noticed as I got in the next morning was the black box on my desk. What the heck is this? It was about 1 foot long by 8 inches wide. It had no address tag on it, so whoever it was from had brought it directly. What's up, Hoshino? Oh, Machida, there's a box on my desk. I haven't opened my drink yet. That's, that. Shiraishi came by a little while ago and put it there for you. Huh? He said it was a care package. Why don't you open it? Praying something wasn't going to jump out at me, I carefully eased the lid off. Inside were rows of madeleines, fanciers, brownies, and an assortment of other fine pastries and cookies. He did say he was gonna buy me a gift the other day. Wow, now that had to be pricey. That Shiraishi seems like a pretty great guy. Yeah. Just in case, I quickly glanced around to make sure he wasn't hiding somewhere nearby. For some reason, I doubt he gave this to me out the goodness of his heart. I took a Madeleine out of the box. Nothing happened. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Setting the box and the questions it held to the side for now, I turned to Mochida. There hasn't been another incident related to Adonis today, right? We haven't heard of any official words so far. No, but I wouldn't breathe easy just yet, right? Consecutive incidents happened yesterday and the day before, both likely tied to Adonis. There was no guarantee there wouldn't be a third. A thick and oppressive tension hung in the air. Yeah, I guess. With not one, but 2 big cases back to back, a certain profiler has to be real popular right now. Oh, sorry, I guess that's not the best subject to bring up right now. I had reported to Mochida about yesterday's questioning and what happened afterwards. I should have stopped Shiraishi, even if I had to be forceful about it. I intended to visit Miss Takechu later today and formally apologize to her. In that case, as your direct superior, I should tag along to offer my apologies as well. What? No, you don't have to do that. I couldn't ask you to go out there of your way. Nah, it's no big deal. It's what my superiors did for me back in the day. Dang. All we do is say we're sorry all the time. Besides, being in the SRCPO means that apologizing to people is basically our thing. Sir, that's not something to brag about. I didn't know if it was accident or on purpose, but Mochida's words gave me a renewed desire to go and visit with Miss Takashi. Takashi? This the place? Let's get to it then. Mochida reached out and pressed the doorbell. A few moments later. Yes.
新宿警察署の持田正信と申します。先日は部下がご迷惑をおかけして申し訳ありません。
I am Masanobu Mochida from Shinjuku Police. I hear my subordinates caused you a great amount of trouble yesterday, miss.
今日は改めてお詫びをですね。
I'd like to apologize for their behavior.
警察は情報を手に入れるためなら、こちらの気持ちなんてお構いなしなんでしょ。
That's unnecessary. If it means they acquire the information they need, what care do the police have for the feelings of the people? Dang, is she gonna be part of the Adonis thing? I don't want to talk to you. Please leave.
いや、ですから、その件について改めて。
That's why we wanted to come and talk to you today, so we could apologize. No matter what Mochida tried to say, it was obvious Miss Takechi wasn't going to listen.
これ以上刺激するわけにはいかないし、今日のところは引き下がるしかないか。
There's no point in getting her more agitated than she already is. We better get going. Yeah. I followed after him, my shoulders drooping. It was my job to listen to people complain. So basically you're saying your job is to do that. I'd had to sit through more than one heated rant, but once someone shuts you down, that was it. If Shiraishi had given just a little more thought to what he said, he might have been able to get some more information out of her. Things at least wouldn't have wound up this bad, that's for sure. I felt myself getting frustrated with Shiraishi all over again when I noticed someone walking up. My, I thought I recognized you if it isn't Officer Hoshino and Officer Mochida. Hello, hello. Hello, ma'am. Gotta clean my glasses. They've got smudgies on them. I can see them as I'm trying to read the words. Need a little thing like Chocomanyo. Alright. Alright. Better? I can't tell. Alright. Come to think of it, you do live in this neighborhood, don't you, ma'am? I don't know what that sloth expression is. I was right down the way, but never mind that. I heard there was a new incident. Are you two out asking about it? Not today, ma'am. We're out on other business. I saw the police visit Satomi in September, so I thought something might be up again. Satomi? Could she mean... Do you mean Miss Takuchi? She does live nearby. Would you happen to know her? Oh, you bet I do. I've known her for years. She's always been a sweet child. Oh. But she was such a bundle of nerves during the whole September rigmarole. I heard other troubles had come back to haunt her. Old troubles. Mochida and I exchanged glances. Really? Would you mind telling us a little more about that? I've heard some things second and third hand, but that's all. Will that do? Of course. Thank you. We moved over to the edge of the sidewalk so as not to be in the way. The old lady began to talk. Could have gave her a name, guys. You know the murder from September? What sounds like some of Satomi's old students might have been involved in it somehow. They were two of her kids from that free school she taught at years ago. Yes, both the murderer and the victim were in her homeroom class, correct? Yes, exactly. Goodness, has it already been 10 years? Poor Satomi was in such a wreck after she finally quit that place. When the police came and talked to her about the September murder, I think they asked about it. She's been acting strange ever since. The sight of Miss Takechi's panicked face as she grilled her flitted across my mind. So something did happen while she was still a teacher at the free school. I know it wasn't much, but was that helpful? Do you want to chat with Satomi herself? No, that was very interesting, ma'am. I'm sure it'll be helpful to us in solving the case. I don't know how, but We said our goodbyes to the elderly woman and continued walking. I glanced over at Mochida. It looks like Shiraishi and I touched on a delicate subject for Miss Takechi yesterday.
だから過剰反応したということか。竹内さんにとっては過去のことというわけではなさそうだな。
Then it's no wonder that she reacted the way she did. Whatever happened doesn't seem like something that just fades quickly into the past for her. I know it's going to be difficult after that, what happened yesterday, but even if it's something that isn't connected to our case, I'd like to help Miss Takechi deal with whatever it is that's bothering her.
知らずの人間はそう簡単に心の内をさらけ出してくれない。
People don't open up about deep personal problems to strangers that easily, you
あ
know.
のばあさんだって最初はそうだった。けどお前が根気よく話を聞いてたら自分の話をしてくれるようになっただろ。
The old lady was like that at first too. It was only after you kept insisting that you wanted to listen that she started
最
opening
後
up.
に物を言うのは信頼だ。焦らずお前のペースで行けばいいさ。
At the end of the day, trust is king. Don't rush things. It's okay to take it slow. Yes, sir. There's no guarantee the information I got would be worth the time spent to get it. That's what Shiraishi said anyway. But I had my own way of doing things. Mochida's words helped me renew my faith in that. Returning to the station, I sat down to clean up some paperwork and answer the phone calls. The next time I looked up, it was dusk. I didn't have much time to look into anything about the free school situation today. I'd love the chance to question other people who are connected to it. I decided to flip through the reports from other people I might be able to track down. I'd scanned halfway through the page when I heard the sound of footsteps drawing close.
星野さん、ちょっとよろしいですか？
Miss Hoshino, do you have a moment?
あんたに聞きたいことがあるんだ。
Yeah, there's something we want to ask you.
お時間は取らせませんわ。さあ、行きましょう。
This will not take long. Please come with us. Not quite sure what was going on. I got up and followed after them. Dude, he said that he gave you a hickey yesterday. They took me to an interrogation
今
room.
から星野さんの取り調べを始めます。そちらに座ってください。
Now then, we will begin the questioning. Miss Hoshino, please have a seat. Questioning?
いいから、とっとと座りなって。
Just sit down, okay? Even more confused, I lowered myself into a seat. Mukai sat across from me looking businesslike.
では、これより白石撲滅の会臨時取り調べを始めます。
The Shiraishi Bashing Coalition will now begin a special interrogation of our new member, Hoshino.
星野、あんたは聞かれたことに対して正直に答えること。
All you've got to do is answer truthfully and everything will be okay. Got it? Yes. With no idea what she was about to ask, I braced myself for the worst.
回りくどいのは嫌いですから、担当直入にお聞きしますわ。
I despise beating around the bush, so let me cut straight to the heart of the matter.
ズバリ、星野さんは主任とお付き合いをされてますの？
Miss Hoshino, are you or are you not dating the director? What? Wait, what? No, seriously, what? Where did that question come from?
しらばっくれても無駄だよ。昨日白石さんの口から直接聞いたからね。
Don't bother trying to play innocent. Shiraishi himself spilled the beans last
星野
night.
さんの首筋にあろうことか主任がキス。
He stated that on his neck he had left a hickey. No, that never happened. You're
星
mistaken.
野、正直にって言ったはずだよ。
Hoshino, we told you to answer truthfully.
私たちに遠慮はいりません。さあ、吐きなさい。
You need not play coy with us. Bare your heart and confess everything. I'm telling you, that didn't happen. Shiraishi just made the whole thing up to mess with you.
じゃあ首見せてよ。
Uh-huh, so let me see your neck. I can't show you that.
やはり主任と関係を持っていたと。
So you do have a relationship with the director. What? No, I can't show you, but the reason isn't because of anything that's going on between us.
関係ないね。あんたはそうでも、白石さんはそうじゃないみたいだよ。
There isn't, Well, you may think that, but perhaps she's got different ideas. What does that mean?
今日、主任から聞かれましたの。彼女にお菓子をプレゼントしたけど、このチョイスは女性的にどうと。
We got further evidence earlier. He told us that he gifted you with pastries. He asked me if he had made an appropriate choice.
思い当たる節があるんですのね。あの主任が女性にプレゼントを送ったなんて信じられませんわ。
Did that strike a chord? The director giving a gift to a woman? Unthinkable.
白石さんは誰かのご機嫌取ったりしないからね。究極マイペースだから。
Shiraishi doesn't care about other people. He'd never bother trying to curry favor.
星野さん、その時のこと詳しく話していただけますか？
Miss Hoshino, could you please give us all the pertinent details in regards to this gift? Details? How can I do that? He just left them on my desk. But considering the two curious stares burning a hole through me, I can't exactly stay quiet. Oh dear. I don't know, man. She can't lie, be honest. Well, it is true I did get sweets from him. Apparently I have interesting reactions. Lately, he's been messing with me just to amuse himself. The box of pastries was on my desk when I came in this morning. I thought it had been a prank.
なるほど。昨日の飲みで撲滅の会に入ったことはバレてるもんね。
Okay, now I see. He did figure out you joined our coalition when he crashed our
お菓子
party.
なんて送って塩らしく見せて星野の反応を観察しようとしてるか。
So he decided to
白
play
石さんなら普通にやり
nice
そう。
and send Hoshino a little present just to see which way she jumps. I can see him doing that. Right.
あんた、厄介な人に目をつけられたね。同情するよ。
Looks like you've been singled out by one nasty customer. I feel for you. Why is there such a gap between you've been? I don't know.
まあ本気で付き合ってたら撲滅の会に入りたいなんて言わないか。
Well, I guess if you were seriously dating him, you wouldn't volunteer to join the coalition. Shigogawa, who had been leaning over me, stepped back. Mukai relaxed in her chair.
ひとまず星野さんは私たちの仲間という認識で間違いないですわね。
Now then, are we correct to assume that you are still our colleague and an ally of the coalition? Yes. We stared silently at each other for a
目
bit.
の動きも正常。星野さんは白ですわ。桜川さん。
Her gaze is firm, steady, no perspiration. Hoshino is innocent, Shigogawa.
みたいだね。でもあの白石さんが星野に甘いってのは収穫じゃない？
Looks so, though now we know Shiraishi is sweet on her. That's a nice tidbit of dirt, yeah?
ええ。これを使わない手はありませんわね。
I don't think it would affect him. I don't think he's the kind of guy who would care that much if you teased him about liking somebody, but I have no clue. This guy's weird. All right, we would be fools not to take advantage of it. The two of them turned to me, smiles on their faces and a nasty glint in their
白
eyes.
石撲滅の会としていよいよ本格的に活動できそうですわ。星野さん、
It
協
seems that
力してくださいますわよね。
It seems the Shiraishi bashing coalition might finally be able to act in earnest. You will, of course, cooperate with us, correct? Both of them had expressions of devilish glee. Suddenly, I had a very bad feeling about this. I opened my mouth to try and back out.
まずは主任の知られざるプライベートを暴きますわよ。
Excellent. Your first mission will be to expose embarrassing details about his
白石さん
personal
に
life.
一泡吹かせるチャンスだ。星野、しっかりやんなよ。
This is our chance to get one back on him. Don't mess that up, Hoshino. Right. Seeing how determined they both were, I realized there was no other way out for me. Done for the day, I collected my things and headed to the crime lab to carry out my first mission. This is Shiraishi, though. He'll probably figure the whole thing out the second he sees me. Not that I could get out of it anyway. I stopped in front of the door and took a deep breath before knocking.
向井さん。いないんだっけ。仕方ないな。
Mukai! Oh, right. She isn't here. Oh, well.
はいはい、なーに。
Yes, what is... Shiraishi opened the door and saw me. His eyes widened. Only a second later did his usual smirk pop up. Well, well.
昨日の今日でここに君が来るとはね。向井さんなら今いないよ。
Coming here after what happened yesterday? If you want, Mukai, she's gone. Actually, I'm here to see you.
ここじゃなんだし、中に入りなよ。
Well, don't stand on the doorway then. Come on in. Right. I'm gonna keep coughing. I stepped into the demon's den and shot an unsteady glance at Shiraishi. You see,
取って食ったりしないから、ちょっとは落ち着いたら。
I'm not going to eat you up, geez. How about you try relaxing a little bit, huh? Sorry. Our differences of on questioning. Our difference of opinion on questioning. His embarrassing of me at the party. This is worded weird. I thought there was no way we could get along. I really thought that, but you gave me those pastries this morning, right? I hadn't thanked you for that yet, so thank you. I bowed when I looked up. Shiraishi was staring at me, jaw dangling open.
わざわざお礼を言うためだけにここに来たの？メールでよくない？
You came all the way here in person to thank me. Why not just send a text? Coming here still feels really awkward, yes, if that's what you're asking. But that was a very expensive gift and I didn't not like it. I decided I would thank him before Mukai and Shigawara had dragged me off for questioning. Even Shiraishi deserves proper courtesy.
まあいいや。機嫌を直してくれたなら送った甲斐があったよ。
That's a long time for the trust to go up, so I don't know if that was related to my choice earlier. You are... Oh, well, never mind. If you aren't mad at me, the gift was worthwhile. Is it me or does he look kinda happy? I found that surprising, especially since I'd expected the gift to carry ulterior motives. Did he really have no sinister purpose for it? Looking at it that way suddenly made me wonder if I should really go through with the mission that Mukai had given me.
もじもじしてどうしたの？トイレ？
What are you fidgeting for? Need to pee? No, I do not. It's just, I could still be able to turn back. In fact, I even took a step backwards to leave.
もう星野さんったらじれったいですわ。主任に言いたいことがあるのでしょ。
Stop dawdling, Hoshino. You came here to ask the director something, right? Mukai? Apparently, she had been spying on us from outside the crime lab door.
なんでも星野さんは今以上に主任と仲良くなりたいそうですの。そうですわよね。
Director, it seems Miss Hoshino would like to get to know you even better than before, right, Miss Hoshino? Right.
それはよかった。俺も君と仲良くしたいと思ってたんだ。
Isn't that nice? I was thinking something similar as well. He knows we're lying. He has to by
で
now.
したら主任、星野さんをご自宅に招いて夕食を作ってもらってはいかがです？
Whoa! Why not invite her to your place and ask her to make a nice dinner for you? That
彼
is...
女料理が得意なようですし、食卓を共にすることで親密度もぐっと上がりますわ。
She does seem to like a competent chef after all, and what could be more conductive to intimacy than a meal shared at the same table? Noticing my hesitation, Mukai pushed forward, her voice growing a notch louder. The full scope of my mission was to get to Shiraishi's house and find something embarrassing. I remember him saying he almost never invites anyone over to his place. He's almost sure to say no. Halfway hoping he would, I awaited his response.
いいよ。
My place? Sure.
うちに招いたら親密になれるんでしょ？断る理由ないし。
Inviting you to my house means we can get closer together, right? Why would I refuse?
本当ですか？よかったですわね、星野さん。
You will? Oh, how wonderful. Isn't that right, Miss Hoshino? Yeah. He said yes. That meant I had a little choice but to carry out the plan. Great. Just dealing with Shiraishi alone is a tough enough hurdle to clear. Trying to hide my unease, I felt the station with oh my goodness, I keep changing that word. My goodness. As a reminder, I have dyslexia and I'm really great about getting letters backwards. Okay, cool. Trying to hide my unease, I left the station with Shiraishi, Mukai carefully waving behind us. I'm still waking up, so it's usually a little bit worse when I'm tired. We hadn't gone very far when Shiraishi stopped and turned to me.
さっきから表情が暗いね。向井さんに何か言われたでしょ。
You're looking awfully gloomy given the situation. Did Mukai tell you something?
じゃあ、
No?
本当にご飯作ってくれるの？君が俺のためにとか想像でき
Then
ないけど。
you'll really make dinner? I can't see you actually going through with that. I will.
やけに固くなだね。あ、でも俺のうち何もないよ。
Aren't you a stubborn one? My fridge is empty, you know. Then we'll stop by the grocery store. I turned and headed towards the closest grocery store. Shiraishi followed, grinning.
そういえば君、お弁当作ってきてたよね。普段も自炊してるの？
That's right. You make your own lunches, or you made your own lunch earlier. Do you usually cook for yourself? Yeah. Whenever I have the time, I try to make something instead of going out to
要
eat.
するに暇ってことだね。羨ましいよ。
Ah, so you've got tons of free time. I'm jealous. To be clear, she said her favorite pastime is staying home, so. It was backhanded and snarky as usual, but something about it made me stop and think. Is he trying to make honest small talk? Shiraishi asked me questions to analyze my answers and observe my behaviors. I thought that was the only reason, but maybe there was something more to it. If he thought of me as just a doll the collar happened to be attached to, why give me a gift? Then there was just his reaction when I thanked him. Is he actually trying to be nice to me? I couldn't be sure though. Not yet. I totally don't get him. Not quite sure what to feel, I hurried towards the grocery store. Half an hour later, Shiraishi sauntered along, his hands free and empty, while both of my arms were laden with bags. Jeez, I didn't mean to buy nearly this much stuff. Of course, I couldn't expect Shiraishi to toss any intriguing veggie or seasoning into the cart. I put back anything I didn't need, but there was still this much left. Can I really use this?
よたよたしてるけど、俺も荷物持った方がいいのかな？
You're waddling like a duck with all those bags. Would it be more effective for me to carry them? No, I'm fine.
普通女性はこういう時男を頼るよね。男の方が力もあるし。
Isn't it standard for the woman to defer to the man in this case? I do have great arm strength. Not all women do. The world doesn't always follow the standard procedure in your analytic. Many men will simply pick up one or all the bags before the woman has a chance, but you didn't. You're an outlier too. Not everything follows data's predictions. Oops, maybe that was a little harsh.
いいね。俺恋愛って好きなんだ。データの枠にはまらないなんて観察対象として最高だよ。
Interesting. I do quite love exceptions. Outliers make the most interesting subjects to observe. Oh, right. This is Shiraishi. Not sure how to respond to my goodness, I can do it. I can read a sentence. I have the power in me. Not sure how to respond to what I wasn't sure was a compliment. We headed to Shirashi's place. Does it look like Kaz in there? He led me to a large and modern-looking condo building.
ここの一番端の部屋。人を呼んだのは君が初めてだよ。
Mine's is at the far corner. You're the first person I've ever invited over. I'm the first? Haven't you invited Yanagi or the other guys from his team here before?
来たいって言われたことないし。
Nope. None of them even said they wanted to come by. Shiraishi stuck his key into the door lock.
何のおもてなしもできないけど、どうぞ。
It isn't much, but come on in. Okay, thank you for inviting me. This is a normal house. Though technically this was just my mission, visiting a man's home alone still made me nervous. I tried to pretend I was calm, quickly walking inside and setting the groceries on the table. Shiraishi watched me like a hawk. His eyes didn't miss a single move I made. At this rate, I won't have any opportunity to dig up any embarrassing dirt on him. I tried to think up something to distract him, but nothing came to mind. Maybe Shiraishi will start a conversation. Right then, he took his coat off and spoke up.
見てると萎縮しちゃうみたいだから俺はあっちに行ってるよ
My observing you seems to be compromising the authenticity of your behavior, so I'll go away. Oh? I breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, that made Shiraishi laugh.
って変わってるというか物好きだよね
You're such a weird one. Entirely weird.
聞
Huh?
き込みの件では機嫌損ねちゃったし嫌われたかなって思ってたんだけど
I upset you with my opinions on questioning techniques. I presumed you hated me after
う
that.
ちに来て手料理を振る舞うって嫌いな相手になかなかできないよねひょっとしてマゾなの
Not many people would volunteer to go to the house of the person they hate and cook dinner for them. Are you a masochist, maybe? I am not. It's just, you did look after me when I passed out last night, and you did give me a gift, so it just seems like, I don't know, a chance for me to say thank you.
そうキッチンは好きに使っていいよ俺は隣の部屋にいるからできたら呼んで
Use whatever you need in the kitchen. I'll be in my room. Tell me if you need anything. Okay. It was almost a letdown how easy he gave up and left me alone. But now at least I can look around a bit. I did feel a little guilty about doing this, but a home tells a lot about a person. I might be able to learn more about him this way. Of course, there was always the possibility I discover something I was happier not knowing, like, say, evidence that Shiraishi was somehow actively working as a mole for Adonis in the X-Day incidents. Never mind looking for dirt on him. Just think of this as a way of getting to know him better. I took off my coat and glanced around the room. I really didn't want to do a full room search, but I couldn't exactly back out now. Shiraishi, I'm sorry, I'm going to pry into your private things. Oh, ooh, okay, hang on. I don't know if I should say, but just in case. Okay, there's a coffee table. Aha. First, I picked up the file folder stacked haphazardly across the kitchen counter. That is not a kitchen counter. Materials on the investigation, maybe? I told myself it would just be a quick peek, peeling back the cover of the folder. Oh my god! My eyes were greeted by a stack of cat photos. No, this has to be some kind of ruse. The real dad has gotta be in there somewhere. Convincing myself of that, I opened the file and thoroughly looked over the photos. Cats playing, cats grooming, cats napping. It was nothing but a pile of cute cat photos. They're adorable. Caught up in the moment, I felt myself grinning. Oops, right, this isn't what I'm here for. Still, Shiraishi really is a hardcore cat fancier if he does all this. Filed the cat photo, great. Sometimes it lets you click on it twice. Is this all for the folders? Is that all? Okay. Okay. Bookshelf. Curious about what sort of books he reads, I pulled a random volume off the bookshelf. Inside was chock full of charts and diagrams. A book on statistics. Maybe this is part of his profiling resources? Huh, wait, what's with this book? Sandwiched in between a pair of intimidating, complex-looking tomes was a bright pink spine. 100 heart-jerking love confessions. I knew this looked familiar. It was the same book Anamoto had on his desk. No pages were marked with stickies. Though, stickies? Seeing it was kind of surprising, but this was Shiraishi. I doubted he brought it, meaning to seriously read it for himself. Far more likely that he got it to use as part to prank Anamoto. No signs of wear. It's got to be a prank fuel. I think I'll just not mention I saw this. I slipped the book back onto its spot. Love Confession 0. Sofa. Let's check the bookshelf one more time. I always check twice. That should be it. Okay, cool. So it's not gonna be like that other thing. The lamp looks interesting. Go in these drawers. Open the cabinets. What's outside his apartment window? Should you follow him into the bedroom? Doesn't seem like an option. Sofa? Sofa seems weird. Glancing around, my eyes happened to spot a long strand of hair laying across the couch cushion. Aha! A long strand of hair. Solid proof that he has invited a woman here before. At least that's what always happens on TVs. But given its color and length, yeah, this was just a strand of Shiraishi hair. Real life wasn't like TV shows after all. I looked over everything I could see, but I didn't find anything secret or very embarrassing. I can't bring myself to actually open any drawers or cabinets, though. That's going too far. That's when I spotted the bedroom. Shigawara had told me that I must search under his bed if at all possible. That'll be the last thing I search. Crouching down, I peeked under the bed. It doesn't look like anything's hidden here. Find anything? No, not real. I spun her towards the voice. There she stood staring at me. For someone who said she would be cooking, this is quite far from the kitchen. Well, you see... Kai said, I was curious. I don't know. Trying to hide it now will be counterproductive. I should be honest and tell him. To be honest, Mukai asked me to search your place to see if I could get some dirt on you. I expected as much. You are as naively straightforward as always. Oh, of course he knew from the beginning. I did try to play along with Mukai, but her words and her expressions didn't match at all. Watching was much too entertaining. If you knew already, say so. And ruin the fun? Letting you be was way more interesting. You nonchalantly trying to peek under my bed was absolutely hilarious. Yes, I should have said no much earlier, but I have to admit I did all this of my own will. How I wish I could rewind time and to before anyone said anything about me coming here, but of course that's impossible. I am very sorry for being so rude. As promised, I'll cook dinner for you now. And then I straightened up and took a step towards the kitchen, but she blocked my way. Okay. You really need a stronger sense of caution. Not everyone in this world is a nice guy. I know that. No, you really don't. That you are even here is all proof of that. Huh? Let me help you understand physically. His hand shot out and grabbed my wrist. And in a flash, he had me pinned to the wall. That's problematic. I know she doesn't have her jacket on. Her outfit looks different, though. Apparently, you somehow have an understanding of Adonis no one else does. Killing you would be bad. I don't want to lose my best lead, you know. What? But they did decide to collar you, so maybe I can do whatever I want short of killing you. This is a perfect opportunity. Let me experiment and see just how much I can get away with. Shiraishi wasn't smiling his usual smile. He leaned close enough for me to feel his breath on my cheek. I tried to squirm away. His hands clamped down on my wrist even harder. No matter how I tried, I couldn't budge. I squirmed harder. Shiraishi just leaned further in, his face coming closer and closer to mine. Shiraishi? Do you think I'm such a nice guy that I'd let you go if you asked me? It's your fault for following me in here. Ooh, no. You came into a man's house without a single thought that something like this might happen? Right now? Dang, that's a lot of words. Right now, I hold your life in my hand. I control you, just like the collar does. Stop. This is a terrible prank. You can complain all you like, but you aren't stupid enough to think you can talk your way out of this one anymore, are you? I thought we were partners. Partners work together on the same case. You hate me and suspect me, yet you still want to call me your partner? Listen, you are my pet kitty now. Like with the collar, if you make your master upset, you will be killed in a heartbeat. Just because you're allowed to roam free doesn't mean you truly are free. Forget that and die. You don't know anything. You're too innocent. This world is full of killers, people who don't flinch before harming others. His words washed over me like a cold torrent. I couldn't find my voice to say anything back. What he was saying could be taken as a warning or as a threat. I had no idea why he was saying any of this. He had to have a reason, but I don't know what. We were both people. I had thought that was more... We were both people. Oh, it's a sentence. Okay. I had thought that the more I saw him, the more I would grow to know him. But it was the exact opposite. The more I talked to him, I understood him less and less. I don't understand you, Shiraishi. You gave me that gift. That was you trying to meet me halfway, right? So I thought. Meet you halfway? Me? With you? Personally? Ha! You say some of the funniest things sometimes. Huh? Material goods are the fastest way to resolve disputes. I did some research. The pastry set is supposed to be popular with women. Are you really that surprised? Never mind the how or why. You were happy to get it, right? I wasn't happy because you gave me something expensive or popular. Dude, kick him in the shin already. Why are you so mad? I was just telling you my honest thoughts. That's not what I'm getting at. Why do I have to do to make you get it? No matter what words I chose or how I tried to phrase things, none of it got through to him. It was so frustrating. I fell silent, seething. You and I are polar opposites on everything. We even view Adonis's actions in diametrically opposite ways. Oh goodness. From the world is composed of rulers and the ruled. From your point of view, Adonis's actions appear wrong and require being stopped. There are those who agree with them. You remember all the different reactions when the first video went up in April, don't you? Yes. When Adonis began the countdown to Japan's rebirth, people stood and cheered. Everyone wanted this revolution. And do you include yourself in that group of everyone that you're referencing? I pass my time and deal with life as it comes to me. I don't care about the world. You don't care.
取り繕うことに意味なんてない。これが俺なんだからさ。
Yeah, maybe you should leave and never come back. There's no point to trying to make it sound nice. This is me. This is who I am.
君が認識してた俺は違った。だとしたら残念だったね。
Or what? Is this me, not the me you thought I was? That's unfortunate. Even after he stepped back and let me go, I could not move right away. Looking at me sidelong, Shiraishi let his usual smile creep back onto his
もし俺が
face.
君を狙う犯罪者なら、この部屋なんて殺すにはうってつけだよ。
If I really was a killer after your life, this room would be the perfect place to murder you.
いい加減自覚できた？
Has that simple fact finally sunk in now?
痛い目見たからさすがに身に染みたでしょう。あれ、やりすぎちゃったかな？
Triggering a good fear response really helps those lessons stick in. Did I go overdo it? He tried to lean in again. Flinching, I scooted back, keeping distance between us.
そんなに怯えないでよ。俺は君に死んでもらったら困るから親切でしつけてあげたんだ。
Come on, you don't have to be that scared. Oh man, he is terrifying. I don't want you to die, so I was being nice and teaching you a valuable life lesson. He said he did it for my sake, but if there was no care or concern to back it up, how could he expect me to feel any gratitude in return? When I looked at Shiraishi, I saw him. When he looked at me, I doubt he truly saw me. Shiraishi, you aren't really worried about me or any emotional or meaningful level, are you? You just don't like the idea of your favorite toy getting broken. There's no care in that. Stop trying to manipulate my feelings. I am no doll. I am not a toy for you to play with. Damn broken. The words flooded out of my mouth. I was so confused and hurt, I couldn't stop them. To me, you are frustrating, aggravating. But more than that, you are a sad, sad man. You may think of me as a doll, but to me, you are the doll, one without a heart or a soul. A doll? Shiraishi stared at me, his eyes widening. I thought he would rip into me for some kind of counter argument, but he didn't say a word. I'm sorry. I know I said I would cook for you, but I don't think I can right now. Goodbye. I snatched up my coat and my bag and made a beeline for the door. I left the condo building as quickly as humanly possible. Stepping outside, I sighed in relief. I actually said everything I was thinking. I was so sure he would have some kind of counter ready that he didn't was a big surprise. Maybe I overdid it. No, if I did, that would just make us even. If it wasn't for my collar, I wouldn't have met Shiraishi in the way I
い
did.
や、これっきりでしょう。君とは仕事の管轄がまるっきり。俺、
Yeah, I don't even know. He doesn't even know your name. After he said that, I thought I wanted to make him remember my name no matter what. But with things having gone this sour, I guess this is just not going to happen. I made that deal with Shiraishi because I needed to investigate the station, but that was a verbal deal. It's not binding. If I wanted to, there's nothing stopping me from looking into any of the other incidents. But I couldn't just drop the September case, not if Miss Tekichi was somehow involved. I'd keep working, even if I had to do it alone, no matter what it took. I would not give up. Besides, if I discover something new, I can just report it to Yanagi's team at the office myself. As for Mukai's mission, I can probably just send her a text. I didn't find anything on Shiraishi. After tonight, I'll try to ensure I never have to contact with him again. I CC'd Shigawara on the text just to be safe and put my phone away. As long as I avoid the crime lab, I probably wouldn't cross paths with Shiraishi at all. He hadn't even bothered to remember my name. I'm sure it won't take him long at all to forget that I exist. Feeling something not quite sadness, not quite resignation, I made my way home. These areas are starting to look deserted. I walked down an empty street. I did it. I finally did it. I did it with my own hands. This should be the end of the nightmares. I hear someone talking to herself. No one's there. Am I hearing things? Oh man, this is how people die. Just saying. Listen closer. I decided she wasn't just hearing things and tried to listen closer. Zero, you'll compliment me, right? I did it. I fulfilled my duties. Why won't you answer me? I've been waiting so long. Why? It was a woman's voice. I felt like something was seriously wrong. Is she caught up in some incident? I want to hear your voice. This might be the last time. I couldn't hear the faint voice, but I tried to pinpoint the source. Please, you are my god. At this rate, I'll be caught. I saw a woman holding her head between her hands and crouching on the ground. Who's there? Oh, I'm sorry, I was just passing by. Are you okay? Even in the darkness, I could tell that woman was scared. I recognize her face. Do you feel sick or... Who are you? Stop it, get away from me. Please calm down. I'm a police officer. The police? You said the wrong word, girl. Yeah, if there's something that you want to tell me. So are one of these in all of those stories? Because in the first story I did, I ran into Bunny Girl and she killed me. In the second story, I met a guy who I haven't met yet, and then she is from the first story. And so I'm gonna assume she's gonna kill me now. I get it. So this is the end. But it's all right. I won't die until I hear your voice. Even if the end will come one day, until the very last moment, I will love you. She's not listening. I have to assume she's deranged. She stood up shakily and began to approach me slowly. Oh, please wait. Walking around at night like this is dangerous. If you're going home, I'll escort you. I wondered whether to call for backup or to continue talking to her. Huh? She suddenly tackled me. And at the same time, I felt a strange heat coming from my chest. Ha 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 ha. I heard a laugh from far away. When I realized she had stabbed me in the heart, it was already far too late. Ah. My entire body started pulsing like my heart. It's so hot, yet I feel no pain. Say, Zero, I don't mind getting caught for you. I don't mind having everything erased for you. Please, one last time, let me hear your voice. One last time. That is the only wish I have left. I will always love you. While listening to those incomprehensible words, my consciousness slipped away. The end. Is that related? VI is 6? 6? I don't know. All right. Easy bad ending. All right, let's go. Obvious answer. Let's just go home. I don't believe in ghosts, but this is scary. I assumed it was just my imagination and hurried on home. December... Oh, 16th, 11:30 a.m. What in the twilight? A week had passed since the night I fled from Shirashi's condo. We hadn't seen each other at all. I had meant to investigate the X-Day cases in what time I could find outside my SRCPO duties, but on the 11th, 3 office workers were pushed off of a rooftop to their death. Yesterday, the 15th, a bomb went off in the Tokyo government building, killing 3 more people. Adonis was striking with such frequency that my investigation didn't have any time to progress. Since the start of December, schools had closed due to X-Day circumstances more often than not. Kazuki's high school was no exception. On those days, he always hung out with Akito. I keep telling him it's dangerous to go outside, but he refuses to listen to me. I was worried for him, but my days were dominated by the deluge of calls coming from the SRCPO. I haven't been able to check in on Ms. Takashi. I can't let things keep going on like this. I have to claw out some free time. I feel that. December 16th, 12:30 p.m. I couldn't hang up the phone without it promptly ringing again. Before I knew it, it was noon. Aish, with all these deadly incidents happening one after another, the people are starting to get really ticked off at the police. Tell me about it. Mochida had been dealing with the same crush of calls I had. He looked weary. Oh, I know. I think I still have some of the chocolate I brought earlier. Nothing like sugar to pick you up when you're feeling down. I opened my desk drawer, but the first thing I saw wasn't my chocolate bar. It was the box of pastries Shiraishi had given me. They can fit in your drawer. Yep. Ugh, I really don't want to remember that. Mochida, here, you can have these if you want. Aren't those the pastries that Shiraishi gave you? Come to think of it, I haven't seen him around in a few days. He's probably busy doing profiling for all of the incidents that keep happening. True, he is supposed to be damn good at his job, though I hear rumors that he isn't well liked. Last time he came here, he didn't seem like that bad of a guy to me. Oh, he's worse. He's completely tactless. He's always deliberately trying to mess with people. He treats everyone as if they're toys. Whoa, calm down, Hoshino. Oops. I suddenly realized I was leaning over my desk and shouting. I quickly took a breath and sat back. I'm sorry. I got a little carried away. A little? It has to be pretty bad for you to get that upset. I don't know if anyone can deal with that guy. Oh, wait. Maybe it was because they were close in age, but I remember Yanagi talking to him like a friend. I guess you'll find all different kinds of people working for the police. From where I stand, the fact that he was nice enough to bring you a gift means he's not the worst. That wasn't a gift. It was a calculated bribe intended to buy a favorable opinion. After spending time together with him, I knew that, for better or worse, he was an upfront person. He said what he did, and he did what he said. Even his interrogation wasn't necessarily wrong. I just wish he would understand my position. But in the end, none of my words ever seemed to penetrate his skull. Yes, of course, we are very sorry for the inconvenience. Please, have a nice day. Finishing up my shift, taking complaint calls, I switched places with the incoming shift. I could really use a quiet evening of rest. I collected my things and stepped into the hall. Shiraishi. The second I saw him, I reflectively ducked and hid behind a corner. Not that I have any reason to hide from him. I just didn't know how best to deal with him. Thinking I'd hang back and wait for him to leave, I heard 2 other officers from the same department walking by gossiping. Oh, hey. Is that Shiraishi, the guy who helped get that Adonis cult disbanded 2 years ago? Yeah, I hear that he got transferred here to Shinjuku for this case. he's got to be pretty embarrassed that they haven't stopped this yet. He supposedly goes off and works on his own a lot. People wonder if he even does his job. All while we're getting dispatched to every corner of the city with every incident. Lucky stiff. Okay, first off, he's a profiler. That's different than stuff. Like, I almost feel like they are generalizing police departments in this thing, because like his job is quite literally to analyze data, and your job is to be a dispatch person. Those are jobs. Is that what other people think of him? He was a famous eccentric, but this was the first I heard that others thought of his work ethics. I doubt Shiraishi cares one way or another about what others think of him. But never mind his attitude, he was certainly not the kind of person to slack off on his job. It didn't feel right for people to blame him for the investigation not getting any results. Yet, I saw the bad part of him and decided to avoid him completely. This isn't much different. Okay. He literally gave you the impression that he was going to assault you. That's not just like the bad side, that's the worst side. Like, that's terrible. Like, that, I don't blame you for not talking. I was fine if the story progressed with you never talking to him again. Just to be clear. He had ulterior motives, but he was one of the few people who saw me, an SRCPO officer, who hears the voice of the people as necessary. My job was to sit and listen to what others had to say when no one else would. Hang on, my goodness, my little blanket was caught on my chair. Was it really right for me to have given up without really trying to understand him first? Girl, no. Girl, don't do it. Don't go back to that guy. It probably wasn't. It was. I had given up. I told myself my words would not reach him no matter how I tried. But no, stop. You can't fix everybody. I don't need the flashback. If I give up now, I'll be making a liar and a hypocrite of myself. Yeah. Goodness gracious. There's a limit, okay? You gotta have healthy boundaries in your life. Being held against a wall, against your will, while the person doing so is not listening to you, is enough reason to never talk to that person ever again. Yeah, they may be platitudes, but they're only meaningless if I don't see them through. But if I went up to him and tried to talk to him now, I'd just wind up back in the same situation. Talking directly to him gets me nowhere. My only other option is to get info on him from others, preferably someone who knew him well and someone still considering him a friend. Yanagi might know about aspects of Shiraishi that I haven't seen yet. Making sure Shiraishi was nowhere around, I dashed to the office as far as I could. Walking in, I quickly noticed that Yanagi was the only one there. Where's everyone? And the Moto was out. Sasaka went home. Did you need something? No, actually, I came today hoping I could ask you for advice on something. I summarized what had happened between Shiraishi and I. Then I nervously asked, and I thought you might be someone who would know Shiraishi better than most. Could I ask you to please give some insight about him? You want to hear stories? The only one I can tell you about him is the one about when we met. That should be plenty, please. I bowed deeply. Yanagi sighed and looked into the distance like he could see the past in it. It was back when I was in Section 1. There was a case where Shiraishi and I got partnered up. Back then, his curiosity ruled all. If he wanted to know something, he'd do anything. Obviously, that led to problems, but Shirashi's profiling was absolutely critical to finding the right suspect.
犯人を捕まえても、白石はつまらなそうな顔をするだけで達成感を得てはいなかったと思う。
Even when his analysis, I always kept saying this wrong, it's my brain, led us to the right guy. He always seemed bored when we arrested them. I don't think he felt any sense of accomplishment. Huh? Why not?
あいつは犯人がどういった人物か分析していくのに楽しみを見出していて、その犯人がどうなろうと。
He only seemed to be happy when solving the puzzle of who the suspect was. Once he had it figured out, he didn't care what happened
被害
next.
者や加害者のことにも無頓着で、余計なことを言っては現場を引っかき回していた記憶。
He was uninterested in the victims and suspects themselves. I remember plenty of times he ran his mouth off and made a mess of an investigation. Do you know how or why he became like that?
出会った時からああいうやつだった。
Nope, he's been exactly like that the whole time I've known him. I couldn't think of what to say after that. Then, how did you get to be good friends with him?
捜査の時に組むことが多かったからだろうな。他のやつはあいつと組みたがらなかったから。
Probably because we got partnered a lot. No one else wanted to put up with him. But unlike with most other people, it seems like you talk to him as an
あいつは
equal.
少し俺と似ているからな。
Don't say that, Yanagi. You're the next person I'm going after in this game, and I do not want to hear that you are similar to him in any way, shape, or form. Please and thank you. He and I are a little alike, I guess. What?
何を考えているか分かりにくいやつだが、角度を変えてみれば割と単純だぞ。
Well, he seems like a hard to understand guy at first, but if you just look at things from a different angle, he's pretty simple to figure out. Simple? Chirashi?
それに意外と不器用なやつだし。
A real klutz, too. A klutz?
悪い。混乱させたな。まあ、考えが読めなくて面倒な時はある。そういう
Sorry, I got you all mixed up, don't I? Yeah, there are times he's an obtuse pain, but he's gets like that.
引っ
Yes?
かかるのは得策じゃない。放っておけ。
Don't provoke him, just let him be. Expecting to hear some secret trick to figuring out, I felt a little disappointed. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you might have known a hidden side of him that no one else did.
知られざるも何も。あいつは全部さらけ出しているだろう。
Hidden side, he doesn't have many of those. Everything he has is right there in the
付き合い
open.
にくいところもあるが、慣れてくればどうということはない。
Yeah, he's a pain to handle at times, but if you get used to it, it isn't all that bad. Is that really all it is? I tried, but I couldn't imagine myself building any sort of relationship with Shiraishi anymore.
白石のやり方についていけなくなったやつは、だいたいあいつから離れていく。
Whenever someone just can't keep up with him, he knows he'll be the one to leave
あ
them.
いつもそれを気にしたりはしない。いつもならな。なら
He doesn't particularly care, really, at least not usually, but this time is different.
あいつ
Huh?
はお前と仲良くしたいらしい。そのためにどうしたらいいか、俺に相談してきたくらいだ。
Apparently, he wants to be friends with you. He even flat out asked me more than once what he's supposed to
白石は
do.
基本、他人のために自分から動こうとしない。去る者は追わない主義だが、お前に関しては違う。
Chidashi never goes out of his way to conform to anyone else. If someone leaves, they leave. He won't pursue them. But it's different with
自主的
you.
に動いた結果が裏目に出たようだが、そもそもこういったことに慣れていないからな。
It seems like his attempts to be proactive backfired, but this is something new to
人と
him.
の距離の詰め方を知らないんだ。あいつは自分のしたことを間違いだとは思ってないだろうが。
He doesn't understand how to get close to someone, though I highly doubt he thinks what he's done so far is wrong on his part at all. He's contrary? Contrary? Is that right? That's what it looks like. He gleefully fans the flames of an argument. He does nothing but make people anxious. If I didn't have to be polite, I'd say Shiraishi is one massive pain in the ass. But I wasn't innocent either. I wanted him to understand me, but I tried to understand him, quit it. I don't think I like Shiraishi. Even when it comes to the investigation, he can't give me any advice without making it a
最初から
trial.
期待していないやつにはヒントすら出さないんじゃないか。
Do you think he'd bother waste time giving advice to someone he didn't have expectations of? Maybe not,
お前
but
があいつのことを理解できないように、あいつもお前のことを理解できていないんだろう。
he says I'm easy as to read as a book with like, I don't know, big letters. You can't figure him out, but I'm betting that he also can't figure you out. That's why you're always on different pages. I can't help but think he isn't particularly interested in trying to
感
understand
情論
me.
じゃなく、あいつが自分から動いたという事実だけを見ればいい。
Don't get caught up in the emotional side. Look at the facts.
すごいことだぞ。
He reached out to you. That's fact. For him, that's a lot. He's trying to be considerate. Those things aren't so easy to see clearly.
こればかりは慣れるしかない。気にしていたらキリがないぞ。
Yeah, that part you just have to get used to. If you let it bug you every time, you'll go nuts. I don't even know if that's
白石のこ
possible.
とを知ろうとして、俺に話を聞きに来た時点で、その答えは出ているんじゃないか。
You came to me asking for advice on Shiraishi because you want to get to know him better. Doesn't that answer your question? His words flickered on a light bulb in my head. I can tell already that he's going to tease me and mess with me and find all kinds of ways to entertain himself at my expense. But I'll try.
あいつも好き勝手言ってくるからな。お前も言いたいことは言ってやるといい。
He has no problem saying whatever he feels like to you. How about you return the favor? I will, thanks. With that gentle push from Yanagi, I made up my mind to confront Shiraishi once again. Good luck, girl.
これ
Shiraishi.
だけ事件が起きると飽きはしないけど、各部署行ったり来たりは面倒だな。
There's no getting bored with all these incidents going on, but all the travel is such a pain. Putting the stack of reports I'd gotten from HQ on my desk, I settle into my chair. First, head to the exam, the crime scene, come back to do research, profile, then return. All this work hardly gave me time to breathe. Of course, this is exactly the time when someone actually tries to call me. Wondering who it could be, I check my phone and blink in surprise.
普段あまり電話してこないのに。
Yanagi. This is odd. He oddly ever calls.
ひょっとして面倒ごと？それとも俺の声が聞きたくなった？
Do you have a mess that needs cleaning up, or did you just miss the sound of my
そのどちら
voice?
でもない。星野のことだ。
Neither. It's Hoshino.
え
Oh my
え、
gosh,
首
my
輪の
eye.
毒が発動して死んじゃったとか。
Did her collar finally go up and poison her to death?
違う。さっき彼女が事務所に来た。機嫌を取るどころか悪化させたそうだな。
No, she just stopped by the office. Seemed you managed to really tick her off
あ
this
あ、
time.
そのこと。そうなんだよ。事件も一人で調べるって言い出してさ。
Oh yeah? I did. She said something about investigating on her own from
面
now on.
倒見てあげようとしてもそっぽ向いたり逃げてったり。
I try to look after her and she gets upset and runs off. What was it that she didn't
彼
like?
女には彼女の意志がある。それに、お前の手を借りるほど弱い人間でもない。
She has her own thoughts and opinions, she's not so dumb that she needs your
お前の
lessons.
ことを知ろうと、俺のところに自分から聞きに来たくらいだからな。
In fact, she just stopped by the office to talk to me because she wanted to learn more about you.
何それ。もう俺とは関わりたくないって顔だったのに。
Ha! She what? Really? Last time I saw her, she looked like she didn't want to think about me ever again. There would be no more inconveniences in her life if she just did choose to avoid me. Her only desire was the removal of her collar. It seemed like some nebulous sense of justice was compelling her to solve the X-Day cases, but if she needed help, it didn't have to be for me. Yanagi would be a far more suitable partner. That is my goal.
他には俺を疑ってるから探りたいって気持ちが強いのか。
Though perhaps her suspicion of me was the stronger emotional impetus. I'm going to go with impetus. But if that's the case, I can't see the oh my gosh. If that's the case, I can't see the necessity for her to cooperate with a person she hates so much she'd actively desire to avoid me. She still has several avenues for investigations that did not involve interacting with me. Why is she fixated on me? It was weird.
どうするんだ？このま ままにしておくのか。
I don't know if I'd say she's fixated on you. That's not exactly the same thing. So what are you going to do? Are you going to leave things the way they are? Hit the wrong button. Hit the wrong button. It was an accident. I was used to being hated and avoided. Even if they actively attempted to get closer, if I was uninterested, it was goodbye. Unfortunately, this one time, there were reasons I couldn't just ignore her. Stop trying to manipulate my feelings. I am no doll. I am not a toy for you to play with. Oh, wait, this is flashbacks. I didn't really care what people said to me, but that felt like one barb that hit a mark. Given recent events, the SRCPO must be drowning in complaints. She could just let it go in one ear and out the other, but I bet she actually listens to them. If I give her something she likes, will that make her happy? Ugh, this is such a pain. This would be so much easier if she was one of those girls who was happy with anything expensive, but that sort of girl would be so predictable, I would have been bored of her long ago. You don't know she doesn't like anything expensive. She didn't like that you got her that with the reasoning behind it, that's all. Emotions are amorphous, in oh my gosh, in substolta. I can't do this. Trying to comprehend such illusions makes no logical sense. In substantial, I can't do it. I had never needed to do anything like that in my job before. It was difficult to grasp. If I could just ignore her, I would, but given the position I was in, I couldn't. Position. I grimaced at my own choice of word. Good thing she didn't hear that. I can already hear her saying, wow, Shiraishi, I never knew you cared about your position. Is he having full-on friggin' hallucinations now? I do care, believe it or not. In fact, to me, it's more important than anything. Oh my goodness. This is a wild ride. All right. To fulfill my duty, it is absolutely required that I become friendly with her. Attempting the same method of advice will just make her run again, though. So what do I... Even after Yanagi ended our call, I kept thinking about what the next correct move could be. In the end, I decided... December 17th, 8:25 a.m. If I was going to confront him sooner was better. Then when lunch break finally rolled around, I would muster my courage and go to the crime lab. At least that had been the plan. But when I arrived at work that morning, Shiraishi was waiting for me at my desk. And for some reason, he was looking at me like he wasn't sure what to do. Should I say something first? Thinking back on how we last parted, I couldn't force myself to say a simple greeting. While I was trying to figure out what to do, he stuck his hand out. It was a bag. You've probably been really busy lately. I think you'd like these, so here. Before I could even look to see what was in the bag, he had turned around and left. Uneasy, I carefully peeked inside the bag. In it was a familiar package. Wow, these are animal crackers I loved as a kid. I remember how I used to save my allowance so that wait, did he break into your mind bank? I remember how I used to save up my allowance so that when we went to the grocery store, I could buy a box of these cute animal crackers. I honestly used to get those Barnum animal crackers that came in a box that looked like a carnival thing, and you could open it, and I tried to keep the box forever and put money in it and stuff, like it was a bag. Well, he was right about me liking these. I wonder what brought this about, though. Is he trying to buy my attention with presents again? No, one box of these is only 150 yen. Wait a minute, is it me, or did he actually say you'll probably been busy when he dropped these off? I doubted, self-centered, and uncaring Shiraishi would bother trying to just make me feel better. At first, he had only viewed me as a necessary means to acquiring new witness testimony, but even when it came to observing my caller, he seemed to give up if I just said no long enough. Oh my god, yet. I don't need the flashback, it's okay. Is he maybe trying to change? Have my words gotten through to him? The bag was one from the local grocery store. Just the thought of Shiraishi going to the snack section and picking something out for me made the tiniest bubble of joy well up inside me. I wasn't able to thank him in time. When noon hit, I dashed to the grocery store and brought some macarons, then went to the crime lab.
Hi.
Yes? If it isn't Miss Hoshino, I was afraid you'd never come to visit me again. Mukai came up to me with a warm smile and clasped both of my hands in hers. Yeah, he attacked me, and for some reason I'm forgiving him now. When you sent me that text saying you refused to see the director again, I wondered what happened, but I wasn't sure it would be polite to ask. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you worry. No, don't worry about it. My disdain for the director got the better of me. I forced too cruel. No. I'm reading this wrong. Okay, my disdain for the director got the better of me, and I forced too cruel and too difficult of a mission on you. Okay, it just... You had just joined us in the Bashing Coalition too. It was sad to see you leave so soon. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's just a lot happened. So far, only one or two of my coworkers from here have gone out drinking with me. If you don't mind, I'd like if we could go again sometime. Of course I don't mind. I would love to join you. Oh, I'm sorry. My excitement got the better of me. She let go of my hands and stepped back, trying to look behind her. Unfortunately, the director is in right now. If he was terrible to you, I will gladly join you in getting your rightful revenge on him. No, I mean, I'm not here for revenge today. Then why? I think I'm going to try to have serious talk with him. May I come in? Of course. If that is your intention, I'll step out for a moment. Please come in. Oh, how kind of her. At Mukai's urging, I took one step, then another into the room. I looked around, finally spotting him poring over some research materials at a desk. It didn't look like he had noticed me come in. Good afternoon. I knocked. What are you doing here? When did you come in? I just got here. Jeez, don't do that. It's bad for my heart. Do you have a minute? Shiraishi put the report down beside him and turned to face me. Since you came all the way here just to complain to me again, I assume this attempt was a failure. A failure? Why else would you come to see me if it wasn't to berate me again? I didn't come to berate you. I came here to say thank you. So, thanks for the animal crackers. They cheered me up a bit. Shiraishi? To be honest, I wasn't sure about that selection. Taking what I knew of you into account, sometimes less is more. I theorized that it wasn't necessarily expensive things you would like, but rather cute things. I recalled your lunch being childish. I mean cute, and that informed my decision. Those crackers seem to fit that image the best. So that's why he looked so stiff this morning. He was actually worried about me not liking it. This was different, much different from the time he did it just to amuse himself with my reaction. Happy about his thoughtfulness, I shyly offered up the box of macarons. You brought me a couple gifts. I thought it was time that I got one for you.
なんで
Why? Huh?
俺があげたいからあげただけなのに、お返しとかなんで気にするのかな
I gave you gifts because I felt like it. How does that make you compelled to give me a gift in return? Your gifts make me happy, and that made me want to get you something too. I sometimes buy these as a treat for myself. I figured as a guy, you don't take the chance to buy things like this for yourself. Plus, I figured you could use the sugar to help with all the taxing mental work you have to do. These macarons are really good, and I recommend them. Shiraishi sat there staring at the box of macarons, not saying anything. He stayed silent so long, I started to feel a little anxious. Oops, let me guess, you don't like sweets?
お返しをもらえるとは思わなかったから、ちょっと驚いただけ。
Sweets are fine, I'm just a little surprised. I didn't expect to get anything back.
そっか。なんとなく君が言っていたことが分かった気がする。
I guess I sort of see what you meant
形
before.
だけ整えたものをもらうより、自分のことを考えて選んでくれた方が
Rather than,
嬉しいか
oh,
も。
I'm gonna move, which means my desk is gonna move, so I can cross my legs. Or not cross my legs, because I don't know how to bend my knee, apparently. Oh, goodness. Ugh. This is all I do. I just curl into a ball, and then I uncurl, and then I curl back into a ball. Rather than something that simply follows form, getting a gift when someone put thought into your preferences does seem more pleasant. Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
まあでも疲れるから、あんまりしたいとは思わないけど。
But trying to pick out the right thing is a pain. I don't think I want to do it often. That sounded like a negative comment at first, but looking at it from another angle, it meant he had spent a lot of time picking the animal crackers. Geez, he doesn't make things easy, does he? Maybe that was why the thought that I'd finally got through to him was so elating. From now on, I'll try and dissect and think about the things that you say and do.
どういうこと
How do you mean? Up until now, I've taken you at face value, but I think if I change my perspective, I might start to see a different picture. I'm going to try to be like Yanagi and just take what you do in stride.
柳君みたいって。
Like
本気で
Yanagi?
言ってるの
Do you really mean it? Of course I do. What point would there be in lying about it?
まあ君は嘘つけないし本気だろうけど、そう来るとは思わなかったな。
True. You are physically incapable of lying well, thanks. I just didn't expect this from you. I won't run away from you. I have prepared myself in body and mind. Shiraishi gaped at me for a second before he burst out laughing.
何それなんで君ってそんなに面白いの
What the hell is that? Jeez, why do you have to be so interesting all the time? Looking at interesting as your way of giving a compliment, it feels like you've been saying nice things about me a lot.
君のすごいところはこの場限りの言葉でごまかそうとしないところだね。
You know what? The nice things about you is you never try to blow things off with white
み
lies.
んな俺に文句は言うけど、そのうち引き下がるんだよ。プロファイラーとしてそれだけの結果を残してきたから。
Everyone complains about me at first, but after a while, they all back down. My record as a profile is good enough. Just give up.
向井さんだって口やかましいけど俺のやり方に口出ししない。
Even Mukai's vocal and persistent shrew that she is, never says anything about the way I do
柳
things.
君もそれなりに気心は知れてるけど、一歩引いたところから俺を見てる。
Yanagi has a better idea of who I am than most, but even he mostly just observes from a
自
distance.
分から俺を理解しようと向かってきたのは君が初めてだ。
You are the first person I know who has ever volunteered to try and get to know me. Shiraishi looked at me for a moment and then smiled.
俺は君のことを見くびってたみたい。
It looks like I underestimated
今
you,
から考えを改めるよ。
but I think I have to reassess you now. Lee? Huh? For a second, I wasn't sure what I heard. You remember my name?
覚えないとまた機嫌損ねるでしょ。だから仕方なくね。
If I didn't, you would be upset, right? I did it to avoid a later annoyance. Jeez, I guess I can accept that though. The important part was that Shiraishi decided on his own to memorize my name. Everything else was just minor details.
それよりさ、聞き込みの進捗ってどうなってる？
Anyways, how's the questioning been going? Oh, sorry, I've been so busy with the last few days, I haven't had the time. I'm afraid that hasn't been any progress. Mochida and I did try to go out and visit Miss Takechi again, but she wouldn't even talk to us. Things have finally started calming down in the SRCPO though, so I was thinking of trying to go and speak to her again this afternoon.
門前払いされてもめげないんだね。君はそういう子か。
Even after being rejected twice, you just don't give up. That's just who you are. He suddenly reached out his hand and patted me on the head. Hey, what did you do that for?
いいじゃない、減るものじゃないし。それに、君って猫っぽいからさ。
What's wrong? It's not like it hurts you. Besides, you're kitty-esque. I am not a cat.
と思うけどな。野良たちなら割と喜ぶんだけど。
I think you're pretty close, actually. Strays really like being petted. Let me be very clear here. This is what adults do to kids. I do not like it. Please don't do it again.
俺からしたら君は子供。ああ、嘘。ごめんってば。
From where I'm standing, you are a child. I kid, I'm sorry. His mouth may have been apologizing, but his hand didn't stop stroking my hair. Okay, he's right when he says he doesn't hurt. This doesn't hurt, but it is kind of demeaning. Still, he looked like he was enjoying himself so much, I didn't have the heart to stop him. Stop him. Just stop him. It's okay. I think I'm going to try questioning some of the other students who were in Tsunamori's class and the teacher who replaced Miss Takeshi too.
了解。俺は竹内さんが怯えてた原因を考えてたんだけどさ。ちょっと気になることが出てきた。
I've been mulling over why Miss Takeshi would have a fearful response to my questioning, and I came across something pretty interesting. Really? What?
何にしても最終的には君の力を借りることになるんじゃないかな。
I expect I'll have to make use of your abilities after all. It was an offhanded compliment, but there was no denying that Shiraishi had said he needed me.
だからさ、一人で操作するって言ったのを撤回してくれない？
So could you take back that thing you said about investigating on your own?
今度は君の言い分もなるべく聞くよ。
I'll try to listen more to what you have to say. It doesn't take much to be more than not at all. It doesn't take much to be more than not at all. Ah, okay. Hang on, my brain. Still, I guess the fact that he was making the effort at all was a step in the right direction. All right, we can work together again.
それじゃあお互い仕事を片付けて夜になったら合流しよう。
Great, well, let's both finish up here and meet again in the evening. Okay. I felt much lighter on my feet walking back to the SRCPO, but then I had when I walked over here. Right, I should probably alert Mukai. I finished talking with Shiraishi. I think I may be visiting the crime lab a lot more often from now on. I hit the send button. When I looked up from my phone, I saw Seki walking towards me. Good afternoon, Seki.
お疲れ星野。なんかお前、今まで見たことないくらい嬉しそうな顔してるな。
Hi, my beautiful boy. Hi there, Hoshino. What's up? You're looking happier than I've ever seen you. Huh? I do?
遠目から見てわかるって相当だぞ。いいな、お前は幸せそうで。
It's obvious even from far away. Good to see you doing okay, I guess.
事情処理ばっかで落ち込んでんじゃないかなって心配してたけど、その分じゃまだまだ余裕ありそうだな。
Oh, you beautiful man. I was kind of worried you'd be in a bad mood due to all the complaints you've had to listen to, but it looks like you'll be all right for a while, huh? Yeah, anyways, I'm sure you've been at least as busy as me. Keep up the good work, okay?
ああ、また愚痴溜まったら聞くから連絡してくれよ。
You bet I will, but if you ever need a good drink and some time to vent, let me know. After Seiki walked off, I reached up and let my fingers brush against my cheeks. Oh, geez. Was it showing on my face that much? I need to get a grip. I mean, I've only gotten him to start at square one. Is that from Mukai? Figuring that she had replied to my earlier text, I pulled up my phone. I must confess my worry got the better of me. I watched everything. What? I can hardly believe it. The director, remembering a name at this rate, you might become his greatest weak point yourself. I shall inform Sugawara immediately. I'm his greatest weakness? Oh, God. No, the more pressing point was that we were watched for the whole conversation. Oh God, have I been grinning like an idiot since then? This is embarrassing. I walked back to the SRCPO office, steadfastly determined to maintain a neutral expression. She's over going like, don't smile, don't smile, don't smile. The more complaint calls we got, the more reports we'd have to fill out. I pushed myself and somehow managed to finish them all before hurriedly rushing out the door.
君、慌てて着替えたでしょ。前髪跳ねちゃってるよ。
Did you make a new land speed record dashing out here? Your bangs are a mess. Oops. I quickly reached up and tried to smooth them. Shiraishi observing me with a grin the whole time.
失敗したな。跳ねたままの方が面白かった。
Ah, rats, I shouldn't have said anything. They looked funnier sticking up. That's too bad, but my bangs aren't our top priority now. How are my bangs? They're fine. They're fine. I mean, they curl on their own sometimes. You're just going to brush it off. Oh, well, let's head to the office then. We walked for a while before Shiraishi pipped up again with an oh yeah.
今日は君のとこの先輩いなかったね。休みだったの?
I didn't see your one coworker today. Did he have the day off? No, he just left early. He said he had to go shopping for a Christmas gift for his wife.
こんな状況でもクリスマスって重要なんだ。
Given the state of current affairs, is celebrating Christmas really that relevant? I feel like it's especially important now. I let my eyes wander across the city scenery. Thanks to the government's self-serving policy, Shinjuku had been turned into a walled garden. Yet the district itself looked the same as ever if you ignored the citizens' ambient anger. Christmas is no exception. Shipments from outside only come sporadically. That is still looks normal here at all is decidedly abnormal. There was only a fraction of the usual bustle of the season, but the city at least looked festive. There's something about looking at the lights that makes a person feel a little better. Christmas is a special time of year. This is like the fourth game I played where it's like Christmas time. Is that so? I don't really get what's so special about it. I can't see work getting in the way of being able to relax and enjoy it properly. I can. But back when you were a kid, didn't you love it? You can't tell me that you weren't excited about opening gifts on Christmas morning. Not really. I never did all that when I was a kid. I did have guardians who raised me, but they weren't my parents. What? Oh gosh, I'm sorry. You don't have to look sad. It didn't bother me. But still, I tried to apologize again, but Shiraishi raised a hand, cutting me off. Well, you see, my parents thought I was an idiot, so they didn't have any expectations of me, so they let me do whatever I want, so I ran wild and free. But my brother, he's the opposite of me. He's very angry all the time. You know, you're a really decent human being. You must have been raised in a good environment. I'm not all that great, really. My parents loved my little brother more than me because I couldn't do much, and he was great. I had a complex about it for the longest time. I said that, sort of. But one day it hit me, even if I didn't have any special talents, I could still be helpful to others, even if it was only in small ways. And that's why you became a police officer. It's amazing you can think about things that way. I didn't hear any irony or sarcasm in his voice. That was likely his honest opinion. Why did you decide to become a profiler, Shiraishi?
俺は君みたいに立派な理由があるわけじゃないよ。
I didn't really have a grandiose, heartfelt reason like you
最
did.
初はよくわからずにやってた。でも今は分析して誰もわからないことを紐解いていくのが楽しいとは思ってる。
At first, I did it just because I did, but now I think it's kind of entertaining to figure out questions no one else can answer. So I guess you became a profile because that was just what you were meant to be.
そうかもしれないね。
You know, you may be right. He smiled quietly, then suddenly turned to me as if he had just remembered something.
プロファイラーとして知りたいことがあるんだけど、協力してくれる？
There's something I want to know as a profiler. Will you cooperate with me? Okay. I nodded. Shiraishi proceeded as if it was nothing
もし
major.
もその首輪をつけた犯人に俺を殺さないと君が死ぬことになるって言われたらどうする？
If somehow the one who put the collar on you approached you and said you had to kill me or else you would die, what would you do? What? That certainly wasn't a question I expected. Is this something you need to ask to get more data on me?
単純に君がどう答えるのか知りたいと思った。
No, I asked because I want to know how you would answer. He stood there, his usual grin on his face, waiting for me to answer. If I really did have to make that choice, think of a third option. I don't know. When I had this collar put on me, I honestly feared for my life. I didn't want to experience that again, but that was no justification for doing nothing. You may think that this is unfair, but I try to think of a third option. If you keep thinking, you keep trying, you just might find a way.
君って確かじゃない可能性にかけたがる傾向にあるよね。
You really do have a tendency to bet on the outcome that's are not even remotely certain. Even if there's only a 1% chance, I won't want to give up. I'm not going to sit still and let someone force me to do what I don't want to do. I'm going to fight. He's exasperated at my platitudes again, I bet. We walked in silence for a time. Eventually I broke it. Death doesn't frighten me. Yeah, it does frighten me, but I can't ever see myself sacrificing you just to save my own skin. When he heard that, she came to a halt.
君は俺のことが嫌いなんだよね。嫌いな奴のために死んでもいいの？
You hate me, right? Are you saying you don't mind dying for the sake of someone you hate? Once a person is dead, that's it. That's the end. You wouldn't ever be able to talk again. We've finally gotten to the point where we can actually talk and listen to each other, and I don't want that to end as so soon. Do you? If we ever wind up in the life or death situation, I wouldn't just let you die,
それ
Shiraishi.
普通さ、男性が女性に言うセリフじゃない？
Huh. Isn't that normally a line that the guy is supposed to say to the girl? Shiraishi, there's nothing normal about you at all.
確かにそうだ。君も言うようになったね。
Good point. If it is me or is your tongue getting sharper? That's also your
俺
fault.
のせいか。じゃあ、お詫びをした方がいいかな。
My fault, huh? Then is it some kind of apology appropriate? Huh? No, I didn't mean it that way.
まあ、お詫びじゃなくても、君からもらったマカロンは、それなりに美味しかったし。
Ah, well, even so, the macarons you brought me weren't even half
君の
bad.
言い分だと、こういう時にお礼をするのが
Macaroon, sorry. Extra extrapolating from your standards of behaviors. Now is when I think he was appropriate, correct? No. Yes? But if he followed that logic and got me a gift, I was sure I'd feel obligated to get him one
また
back.
同じものっていうのも味気ないし、欲しいものを言ってよ。
Getting you another box of sweets would be dull, so just tell me what you want instead. But you've gotten enough from me already.
いいから、何が欲しいか言ってよ。言ってくれないとわ
Come
からな
on,
い。
just tell me what you want. I won't know if you don't
あ
tell
の
me.
動物クッキーだって考えに考えて選んだんだよ。また選ぶの大変でしょ。
I put a lot of thought, I mean a lot of thought, into picking those cookies out for you. Doing that again would be a huge burden. Considering this is Shiraishi, that he bothered to put thought into it at all is a big thing. Don't give him little things. Don't give him that. Picking something random and easy seemed best. I glanced around for something handy. Oh, hey, are those in front of the karaoke bar off to the side? I spotted a small bank of capsule toy machines. It looked like they had cat themed cell phone straps in them. One capsule for 200 yen. Okay, I want one of those.
この箱みたいなの。
What are those machines? Don't you know what a capsule toy
知
is?
らない。だってやったことないし、俺必要性のないものは覚えないんだ。
Nope, I don't bother learning anything that isn't any direct applicable use. Wow, so there are things in the world that you don't know. For once, I felt like I was the only one with a superior
仕事
knowledge.
に必要な知識ならまだしもね。つまり、おもちゃの一種でしょ。
I know everything I need to know for work. The rest, meh. These are a type of toy, yes? Right, they're called capsule toys, and I thought about trying to explain it, but it was probably better just to show them. Do you have a 200 yen
クッ
coins?
キー買った時にお釣りもらったから多分あるよ。ちょっと待って。
I think so. I got change back when I bought those cookies. Hang on a minute. While he was rifling through his pockets, I dug 100 yen out of my wallet.
で、これどうするの？
Now what? You take the coins and you put both of them at the top of this dial. I put the coins in and turn the handle. A capsule tumbles down into the slot. She nods
なる
thoughtfully.
ほど。おもちゃの自動販売機ね。その中にストラップが入ってるってわけか。
It's a toy vending machine. Inside these capsules are what? Cell phone straps?
ああ、前に資料で見たことあるよ。子供向けだけど大人も結構夢中になるっていう。
I thought I remember seeing this in a report. Though these are marketed at children, they are popular with adults too. Hell yeah, they are. I buy so many. There's a lot of collectors out there. Why don't you give it a try on your
うん
own?
ここにお金を入れ
Put a coin in there, and watching Shidashi fumble around as he brought a capsule toy for the first time was cute. I felt a little smile tug at my lips. My brother and I loved these when we were kids. It took forever to get the ones you want, though.
ランダム仕様で社交心を煽るっていうのはギャンブルと同じシステムだね。
The random nature of this stimulates a person's speculative spirit, triggering repeat purchases in the same mode of action as gambling. Speculative spirit, a term used to describe people who desire windfalls and constantly chase them. This desire stimulates people to have increased hope in gambling scenarios. We both opened our capsules. My strap was of a sharp-eyed black cat, while Shirishi got a white cat curled up and asleep. A black cat, that's kind of unlucky in a way. With my collar and the recent events, my thoughts had started to tend towards that pessimistic.
この黒猫、君に似てるから俺がもらうよ。
The black cat looks kind of like you. I want it. He reached out and snagged the strap right out of my
あは
hand.
り。はい、これ。
Here, you can have this one instead. Oh! I was picturing like the strap was the cat, not an actual cat charm. That's cute. He handed the napping white cat strap to me. I blinked in
もとも
surprise.
と君の欲しいものを知りたくてやったんだしね。
The original purpose of this exercise was only to find out what sort of things you liked.
それに、君が元気ないとつまらないし。だから俺のをあげるよ。
Besides, you aren't any fun when you're tired, so you can have mine. I couldn't help it. I had to stare at him. Did he even know what he was doing? I wasn't sure, but this one looks like me? Really? Do my eyes seriously look that sharp and mean? Ugh, rude. Hiding my little thrill of happiness, I shot a complaint back at him. He just smiled.
お疑いの眼差しで見てた君はこんな感じだったよ。
Those piercing glares of suspicion you kept throwing at me looked a lot like this, yes. Well, that's only because you looked like you were enjoying my predicament so much.
それはさ、観察してると面白い君にも責任があるんじゃない？
Is it my fault that you're such an entertaining subject to observe? Well, it's certainly not my fault.
伝わらなかった？今の褒め言葉だよ。
Wait, did you get lost there? I intended that to be a compliment. Jeez. Something about bantering back and forth with him like this brought a smile to my face. Oh well, thank you.
君が俺に対してそんな風に笑うの。
You know, that's the first time you've smiled like that at me.
うん
Is it?
あれこれ考えてたけど、そっか。こんなことで君は笑うんだ。
Yeah, I thought up several possible. She looks like a psychopath right here. I thought up several possible methods, but that makes you smile, huh? Yeah, this is no minor thing to me, you know. I also enjoy the fact that this is not casual scarf looking. Like it looks very like she's got a wound on her neck. I'll take some care of this strap. I pulled out my cell phone and quickly attached the kitty strap to it. It's white and it's a cat that she gave to me. I'm sure it has to be lucky. You know. Yes. Kitty firmly attached to my phone. I looked up our eyes meet.
なんでもない。
Never mind. Shiraishi suddenly looked away, whirling away and walking off. Wait up! I was left behind to hurriedly to try and catch up with him. By the time we reached the office, Yanagi and Inamoto were eating dinner. Bowls of steaming white rice, miso soup, and pork katsu were on the table. This isn't takeout. Someone cooked it. When I blinked in surprise, Inamoto's soup bowl in his hand puffed out his chest in pride.
どうだ、すごいだろ。これ、全部柳先輩が作ってくれたんだぞ。
Amazing, isn't it? Mr. Yanagi made this whole spread from scratch even. No way!
独自調査には何かと金がかかるからな。資金を節約するに越したことはない。
Primitive detective work isn't all that lucrative. Gotta scrimp and save some yen where you can. Former Section 1 officer, well-liked, generous, and it turns out that he can cook too. I'm starting to wonder if Yanagi has any flaws at all. Wow, you're really amazing, Yanagi. It's something you learn when you live alone. Not everybody. There's a lot of people who can't be bothered to cook.
なのに柳先輩は栄養バランスまで考えてくれるんだぜ。
Yeah, right? And Mr. Yanagi even makes sure it's all neutrally balanced too. I cook for myself occasionally, but I have to admit I'm laxed on balance. I need to work on that.
自炊ってそこまで感心するほどのことなの？買えばよくない？
Is cooking for yourself really that impressive a thing? Why not just go out? Eating out is easier, but fast food and stuff like that isn't healthy for you. I bet you eat out all the time, don't you, Shiraishi? What's wrong with that? I don't need to save money like Yanagi does. I'd suggest not saying that around people who do have to save. You're rubbing salt in the wounds.
君って見るからに小銭をちまちま貯金してそうだよね。
Come to think of it, you seem like the type who even saves loose change in a jar. Hey, what's wrong with that? Saving money is important and you should do it however you can. Isn't that right, Yanagi? Why are you dragging me into this? Sorry.
前から思ってたけど、君ってやけに柳くんに懐いてるよね。
Been thinking this for a while, but you are pretty sweet on him, you know? I am not sweet on him. You've been interacting. We've only interacted a few times, but I can already tell that he's a very reliable and dependable person. I'm older than he is. Age has nothing to do with it. So you're saying that the problem is with me specifically. I'll just leave that to your imagination. We had gone back and forth a few times when I felt eyes staring at the side of my head.
あの白石さん相手にすげえな。最初に会った時と全然違うじゃん。
Whoa, you're seriously holding your own against Shiraishi? It's nothing like when you
やっ
first
ぱ
met.
一緒に操作してると言いたいことを言えるように。
I guess. I guess when you work together for a bit, you loosen up and talk to each other, huh? Not really. I just figured out that holding back and being polite isn't necessary around him.
学習するようになってからかいがいなくなっちゃったな。
You are so much less fun to tease now that you've actually learning from it, Lee.
白石さん今そいつのことを名前で呼んでましたよね。しかもちゃん付け。
Hold on a second. Did I just actually hear Tsudashi use her name, her first name?
羨ましいの？そうだよね。榎本くんって奥手だもんね。
What, jealous? Oh wait, you are a really, really late bloomer, aren't you?
そんなことないですよ。ただ白石さんが女を名前で呼んでるのを聞
Am
いた
not.
ことないなって思った。
It's just I've never heard you call a woman by her first name before. Come to think of it, Mukai is the only other name you use, and that's her last name. Why did you decide to use my first name?
その方がしっくりくるから。それ以外に理由なんてある？
Because it fits better. What other reason do I need?
つまりお子様ってことだな。
He's treating you like a little kid. You are the last person I want to hear that from.
お？それどういう意味だ？喧嘩売ってるなら買うぞ。
What's that supposed to mean? Are you looking for a fight? Let's go. Spoken like a true man-child.
ああ、始まっちゃった。長くなりそう。
When did she start talking like that? There they go again. This will be a
俺から
while.
したらどっちもどっちだと思うけどな。じゃれ合ってる猫みたいにしか見えないよね。
In my mind, both of them are children. Watching them is like watching kittens tussle.
猫かはともかく似たり寄ったりなのは否めないな。
I don't know about the cat part, but I can't deny that they are awfully similar in a lot of ways.
そういうことか。
Aha, that makes sense now. What
い
this?
や、前に岡崎くんが柳くんのことをお父さんみたいって言ってたんだけどさ。
Oh, I just remembered how Okazaki once said you were like the group's dad.
また変なこと。
I don't need him saying weird things
あ
again.
の二人を見る眼差しときたら、これが俺にはない包容力。
Watching you look at them, I think what I saw in your eyes was the tolerance and acceptance I didn't have much
そう
of.
いうのがあるからみんなに慕われやすいんだろうね。俺は手探りで彼女との距離を縮めた。
Having those traits makes it easy for other people to like you while I had to go the trial and error route and get the one girl to like me. Not fair.
抗議されたところで困るんだが、
I'm not sure how to argue that point.
星野とは仲直りできたみたいだな。
At least you and Hoshino made up.
うん。誰かに合わせるのって面倒だと思ってたけど。
I thought having to adjust myself for another person would be a pain, but it's not so bad.
お前は変わったな。
Meeting her has changed you. Maybe. With dinner finished and cleaned up, it was time to go back to work. Yanagi and Amoto sat at their desk and I reported on my progress. When I could find some free time from work, I went and talked to other people who were at the free school at the time, but I didn't learn much. I visited Miss Tekichi's house again, too, but she wouldn't talk to me.
昼間も言ったけど、彼女については俺なりに調べてみたんだ。特にあの言葉の意味をね。
Like I told you earlier, I'd done a little bit of digging around on her myself, especially that one tidbit she let slip.
だって仕方ないじゃない。ああするしかなかった。私だって
I had no choice. I had to. If I could have stopped him, I would have. There had to be some kind of meaning to those words that she said with such pain. Hearing that, Shiraishi had looked into that. Hearing that Shiraishi had looked into that made me curious about what he had found. Shiraishi pulled out the list of people involved in the free school, pointing at the line for the school's guidance counselor. Yorin Uno? Under her name was a footnote, death by suicide, age 38. That seems ominous. Suicide, why would she do that? I read the note adding below, attempted murder suicide with her 2 children. Husband tried to intervene. She killed him. Hysterical, she fled the house to an empty apartment where she took her own life. That was 10 years
9
ago.
月の事件は砂森の自供と現場の証拠から異例の速さで解決した。
The September case was closed abnormally fast, with evidence from the scene and Tsunamori's
だけど
confession.
その裏で警察は犯人を検挙した実績を得るために多少の疑問点には目をつぶってたんだよ。
However, it's also true that in their hurry to get anybody arrested, the police ignored several pertinent
他の事件
questions.
が進展してなかったのもあって捜査を長引かせたくなかったのが本音だろうね。
Given they were getting nowhere with the other cases, they probably just wanted this one
だけどこの
closed.
件は彼女竹内さんとは無関係じゃないみたいなんだ。
From what I dug up so far, Miss Takachi is not an unconnected as she'd like us to believe. She isn't, but 10 years ago,
そう。もう10年になるのよね。さとみ
yeah,
ちゃん
oh, this is a flashback. I keep forgetting I don't read flashbacks. Remembering what the old ladies had said, I looked down at my list. 10 years ago was the same year she quit, right?
調べたら彼女が退職したのはこのカウンセラーが自殺してすぐだった。
When I looked a little deeper, she quit directly after the woman committed
こうなってくる
suicide.
と無関係とは思えないからね。宇野ゆりねの自殺と背後関係について資料を読み返してみたんだ。
That alone is enough to tell that she was involved. I went back and reread the reports on Yorin Yuno's suicide and events that
そ
surrounded
れに
it.
よると10年前に自殺したのは間違いないけど遺書は残されていなかった。
There was no doubt that what happened 10 years ago was a suicide. However, she left no
だから
note.
当時宇野さんと同い年で仲が良かった同じ職場の竹内さんに
Thus,
警察は
following procedure, the police questioned Miss Takashi, who worked together with and was the same age as the
彼女
deceased.
はその時育児ノイローゼになっていたのが原因ではないかって。
The postulated case was a nervous breakdown from the stress of
生徒とト
childcare.
ラブルを起こしてて保護者からも苦情があったみたいで当時はかなり情緒不安定だったらしい。
Apparently, there was a complaint from a parent about trouble between her and the student. Evidence suggested she was emotionally unstable. Her emotional issues led to a mental breakdown and she attempted to kill herself and her kids. Having your own mother try to kill you, and she did wind up killing their father, that alone had to be trauma enough. But then to have your mother kill herself right after, I feel so bad for her children. They had to have been traumatized by it all.
母親が無理心中を図ったのも本人が自殺してるのも確かだし当時も大した捜査はされてない。
It was clear that the mother tried a murder suicide and was equally cleared she died by suicide. No major investigation was ever
事件性
open.
はなかった。あくまで家庭内のトラブルだって。
It was deemed an open and shut case. You see, a simple matter of domestic
それは
trouble.
裏を返せばこの資料の信憑性が疑わしいってことにもなる。掘り下げた捜査がされてなかったわけだからね。
But turn this around, and these reports quickly become less reliable. After all, the police didn't bother to investigate any of it. In other words, it's possible that this was not a simple case of domestic troubles. Shiraishi nodded and continuing.
竹内さんが言ってた止めたかったが自殺を止めたかったって意味なのか。
Was Takashi's line about stopping someone in regard to the suicide, or was she referring to something else
どのみち彼
entirely?
女が10年間その何かを忘れることなく怯えて生きてきたのは間違いない。
Either way, it's plain that whatever happened 10 years ago is something she hadn't forgotten, and she lives in fear of it to this day.
旧10月の事件と同じように決着がついてるように見えても裏でくすぶってる何かがある。
Just like the September and October cases, this looks like a case that was easy to close, but a deeper truth may be
俺
hidden
はそう
within.
判断したけど君はどう思う？
That's what I think. What about you? His question made Miss Takashi's pained face flash before my mind. I don't think they've closed either. Boop, boop, boop. At least they're not closed to Miss Takashi.
旧10月の X デー事件と直接関係があるか今は何とも言えないけど。
I can't say that this is a direct connection to the September and October X Day cases yet, but I figured you would like to see it the same way. He was looking at me like I'd just done exactly what he wanted, but strangely, I wasn't mad. This problem, I can do it. I can read a sentence. I have amazing power. This problem that was haunting Miss Takeshi and the X-Day cases that Shiraishi was trying to solve could wind up being utterly unrelated. He was taking his oh-so-hatred long way around. Shiraishi, are you looking into this because you're concerned for Miss Takeshi?
いや、俺がっていうか、君が気にしてたから。
Well, it's not so much that I care, it's more that you care. You know, you are acting really weird today.
俺が言うのもなんだけど、君もっと言葉を選んだ方がいいよ。
Yeah, I know. I don't have much room to talk, but you really ought to think before you speak sometimes. Oh, that's not it. I meant that like as a compliment. It's weird, not as in creepy, but more that you're different than usual.
俺らしくない。
So I'm acting like myself. Yeah, but I think you're a lot nicer and more fun to be around than you're when you're like
そ
this.
う、
Oh.
他には。
Oh, and where was I? Shiraishi moved his arms and his elbow sent a stack of papers sliding to the floor. I quickly bent down to pick them up, handing them up to him before I stood back up. For some reason, he refused to meet my eye.
ああ、そういえば、あれから首輪は話しかけてきた。
Now that I remember it, have you heard a voice out of your collar recently? No, not once, and that is starting to make me uneasy. Are you scared? Yeah, but I can't afford to whine and be weak. Adonis is striking more rapidly. There's no telling who will be their next victim. You be careful too, okay?
俺
Me?
俺は大丈夫
I'll be fine. When I visited your place, you made a big show about how carelessness can cost you your life. How about you practice what you preach? Not taking your own advice is kind of
そ
dumb.
うだね。確かに俺が言ったんだった。ごめん、気をつけるよ。
That's true. I can't deny any of that. Okay, you got me. I'll be more careful. Oh, I wasn't trying to blame you or anything. I stuttered, not prepared for his reaction. He really is acting super weird today. I wonder what's gotten into him. I paused, trying to figure out what to say next when Shiraishi glanced down at his
もう
watch.
こんな時間だ。君帰らなきゃだよね。送ってくよ。
Did you know it was this late? You should probably get home. I'll walk you. You'll what? I blinked in surprise. Oh, so you can see the cats again, right?
ああ、そうだね。
Oh yeah, that's right. He almost mumbled the last part. I shot him a funny look. We said goodbye to Yanagi and left. It feels like everything Shiraishi has done today has cheered me up in one way or another. Take it easy and do what you can do. Don't rush. It felt like he had taken me back to the beginning. I think tomorrow I'm gonna try to visit Miss Takechi. You looked deeper into her case for me, so I can't afford to sit around and slack
それ
off
なんだ
either.
けどさ、直接怒らせたのは君じゃないし、俺も言っていい？
On that note, you weren't the person to upset her. I was. Can I come along too? What? I thought over what he said and... Sure. Sure. I nodded. Shiraishi blinked at me in surprise.
いいの？また彼女の傷口に塩を塗るようなこと言うかもよ。
Are you certain? I might say something that might rub more salt in the wound. I will trust that you are making a serious effort to meet her halfway. He opened his mouth as if he was about to say something, but he closed it again. He kept walking until we reached the train tracks. I don't see the
いる
cats.
時といない時があるんだ。あの子たちを縛るものは何もないから。
Sometimes they just aren't around. Nothing ties them down. They live as they please. True. So, I guess this is where we split
あ
up.
りがとう。
Thanks. No problem. Wait, what? For a second, I doubted my
あり
hearing.
がとうって言ったんだよ。
I said thanks. Why are you
今
thanking
言うべき
me?
かなって思ったから。
Because I thought I
さっ
should.
き俺を信じるって言ってくれたでしょ。だから
You said you trusted me. I wanted to thank you for that. Shiraishi fidgeted as he spoke, glancing at me and looking away. Did I do that right? Jeez. Now I get what Yanagi meant when he said Shiraishi doesn't know how to get close to people. Laughs.
なんで笑うの？俺おかしなこと言ってないよね。
Why did you just laugh? I don't think I said anything funny. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to laugh at you. It's just, that made me
ストラ
happy.
ップといい、君の喜ぶポイントはよくわからない。
First the phone strap, now this. I can't find any logical pattern to what makes you happy. Shiraishi huffed while puffing out his cheeks and turning to look away. I couldn't help it. Seeing him like that, he looked cute. I used to hate being anywhere around him. It's so weird to think I see him this way now. That night, under the clear light of a beautiful moon, I fell for Shiraishi just the tiniest bit. Did you? Ooh. Time is it? It's 10. I'm gonna keep going. I might get through another chapter. I don't know if I can manage it. We'll see. Every second of every minute of every hour, every day was the exact same routine repeated. We were objects, expandable ones at that. If we broke, they just got a new one. I don't see the kid who came here after me anymore. What was his name? I don't remember. What kind of crazy flashback is this? Yesterday to today to tomorrow, our daily lives marched on without a single change until one day we died. That's all there was to our lives. No one would remember us. The only way we would ever leave this place is when we broke and they threw away our corpse. I'm sorry. What? Either that or when they decided they needed my life to fulfill some duty or another. But even then, wouldn't that mean a day different than usual? This is kind of sounding like paradigm paradox. Oh god. I wonder what they'll have me do. Will I meet someone from the outside, or will I die without ever having interacted with one? Either way, I had to do what was expected of me. I was just another cog, and I had to act like it. Only here in this walled garden could we survive. Blending into our oh so familiar surroundings, we were nothing after all. Number 14, what are you doing? Move. Yes, sir. Today was yet another repeat of yesterday. My heart was empty. I felt nothing. At this rate, my eyes snapped open. I realized that I'd been seeing was just a dream. Wasn't that a trip down memory lane? I never would have guessed this is where I would end up. No matter what I saw, no matter what I heard, none of it moved me. That's the way I had been made. But a decade could change a person. Wait a minute, am I confused? I knew no emotional pain. I felt no loneliness. I just existed. At least it used to be that way. I didn't think I could go back to that now. My cell phone lay on the table where thank you. I think I saw it. It didn't make the sound. My cell phone lay on the table where I'd set it, sharp-eyed black cat strap tumbling on its side. My goodness, I felt something vibrate. Is my phone vibrating? No, that was weird. My cell phone lay on the table where I sat it, sharp-eyed, black cat strap tumbling on its side. It was just an unremarkable cheap plastic toy, but it was strange thinking of how it had made her happy, seemed to imbue it with some sort of intangible value.
これが干渉ってやつ？全くもって不毛だね。
Is this that sentimental stuff? What an utterly unproductive
俺
feeling.
は彼女から大切なものを奪おうとしてるのに。
In the end, what I must do is take everything important away from her. It was decided, trial and error, but I had somehow managed to earn her trust. The biggest hurdle was cleared. Failure was almost as impossibility now. Yet, for some reason, I hadn't been able to get her off of my mind since last night. She lived in a world of sunlight and life. That was the sound. That sound was late. That was weird. She lived in a world of sunlight and life. She had so many things I never did. She was a naive and uncomplicated
あの
girl.
笑顔ももう見れなくなるのか。
I guess I won't be able to see her smile again. But that's the proper result of all as it should
人
be.
形は所詮人形。人間にはなれない。
In the end, a doll is just a doll. It can never be human. I mumbled that to myself. Everything would be fine. I knew how to let things go, to cut things off. I knew how to control my
今の俺
emotions.
に必要なのは
All I need to do is fulfill my duty as a cog in it. The larger machine, that's all. Is he the mole? Heroine. December 18th, 2:30 p.m. I finished my lunch and sat back to relax, enjoying a lazy afternoon. With not much else to occupy it, my mind turned to last night. Who would have thought the day would come when Shiraishi thanked me for something? I felt a little smirk tug at my lips as I remembered how shyly he spoke the words.
どうしたんだ星野。思い出し笑いなんてして。
What's up, Hoshino? Something good happened? You're grinning to yourself. It's nothing. I quickly tried to smooth the stupid smile off my face, but I couldn't stifle my squeak in time. Anyways, what did you get your wife for Christmas present, Mochida? I desperately changed the subject before he could ask awkward questions. Fortunately, he flashed a big grin like he had been waiting for me to
い
ask.
やー、選ぶまでにかなり時間がかかったが、今年はな、雪の結晶をモチーフにしたネックレスを贈ることにしたんだ。
It took me forever to pick out, find the right one. Took me forever to pick out, find the right one. That's what it says. That doesn't sound right. It took me forever to pick out the right one, but this year I've decided to get her a necklace with this beautiful snowflake pendant.
こうキラキラーっとしてて、絶対あいつに似合うと思ってな。
It's
俺が言うん
glitterly,
だ。間違いない。
glitterly. It's glittery and sparkly, and I just know it will look perfect on her. It's the best gift I could find her. I'm positive. You really do love your wife a whole lot, don't you?
ああ、それほどでもあるな。俺よりお前はどうなんだ？
Well, actually, I love her way more than that. Anyways, what about you? Do you have plans to spend Christmas with anyone? That is none of your business. Seki?
なんか楽しそうな話してるな。俺も混ぜてくれよ。
It sounds like you two are having fun. Can I join in?
ちょうどいいところに来たが、こいつクリスマス一人らしいんだ。
Perfect timing, Seki. She was talking about her Christmas
仕
non-plans.
事熱心なのはいいことだが、根を詰めすぎても良くないからな。
I can appreciate you being dedicated to doing your job, but it isn't good to overwork yourself.
確かに。星野は仕事にのめり込むところがあるから、こういう機会でもないと休みそうもないですね。
Haha. He has a good point, Hoshino. You do tend to throw yourself into your work. It's almost like the only time you'll take off is a big holiday. I'm not that bad.
仕事終わりでいいなら俺も空いてるしさ。一人者同士パーティーでもするか？
Yes, you are. If you're up to it after work tonight, I'm free. What'd you say we have our own little singles party? A party? Come to think of it, Shiraishi mentioned he has no fun memories about Christmas time. Is it just a little house party? We could probably hold it at the
最
office.
近こいつを誘うのは構わないが、いつもの居酒屋はやめておけよ。
Invite her out if you want, Seki. Just don't make it to the same old bar again.
わかってますって。一丁奮発して夜景が見えるレストランに。あ、今月厳しいんだった。
I know. This time I'm going to splurge and find a nice spot with a beautiful view and crap, that's right, my budget's tight
ク
this
リ
month.
スマスくらい男を見せろ。よかったな星野。 佐伯にうまいものでもおごってもらえよ。
Come on, it's Christmas. Step it up, man. Anyways, lucky you, Hoshino. Have him pay for a really nice dinner for you this time. Huh? I've been so busy planning the party in my head, I hadn't listened to what they said.
ちょ
Seiki,
っと
I...
いい？
Excuse me?
彼女はクリスマスを俺と過ごす予定だから、他を当たっ
She's spending Christmas with me. I'm afraid you're gonna have to find someone else to go out with. No, I want to go with Seiki. Shiraishi interrupted us briskly, walking up and taking me by the hand. But before I could say a thing, he dragged me away. I only caught a glimpse of Mochida and Seiki's. Their mouth opened. As I was dragged out the door. Shiraishi strode forward, eyes straight ahead. His hand was still firmly clasped onto mine, so I had no choice but to trot along behind him. I don't know if no choice. He didn't let go until we had ducked into an empty stairwell. What the heck was that about?
竹内さんのところに一緒に行くとは言ったけど、いつ行くのか決めてなかったから聞きに来たんだ。
We agreed we were going to question Takechi again, but you never said an exactly when, so I came to ask you what time you were
そした
going.
ら、クリスマスがどうとかいう君の先輩の声が聞こえて。
When I walked in, I overheard your coworkers saying something about
よく見てな
Christmas.
かったけど、先輩ともう一人は同僚か何かだよね。
I didn't look too closely, but I think there was another guy
昨日
there.
の話だと、君にとっ
He's
て
a
クリスマスは特別
profiler.
なんでしょ？その特別を彼と過ごすんだ。
But yesterday, you told me that Christmas was a special thing to you, right? Are you going to spend that special time with him?
でもそんなの俺には関係ない。
He's gorgeous. Of
君に
course, I'm
信
going
頼
to
されれ
spend
ば
that
いいだけ
time
だ
with
から
him.
問題ないはずなんだ。
None of that makes any difference to me. At least it shouldn't. I just need you to trust me. That part, that should be plenty. So then why? Shiraishi, are you saying things you should be thinking? Something was wrong. His usual lazy smile was missing. Instead, he was mumbling to himself, words spilling out in a rush. His eyes looked dazed, and he stared at the floor.
なんであんなことしたんだろう。
Dear goodness, he's having a breakdown. Is he crying? Why did I do that? That isn't like me at
クリスマ
all.
スのなんだって言うんだ、そんなものどうだっていい。
Oh my. What does Christmas matter? What does Christmas matter? Why does Christmas matter? It's just a day like any other.
干渉して何になる。終わりは確実に近づいてるのに。
Buddy, hot mic, I can hear you. What purpose is getting further involved having? The end is
どう
almost
してこんな
here.
にイライラするんだろう。気持ち悪い。
Why do I feel so irritated? Gross, I hate it. I don't get any of this.
苦しいのは初めてだ。やっぱり俺、壊れちゃったのかな。
And never hurt like this before. What's going on? Have I broken? I stood there quietly, trying not to disturb him when he looked so obviously confused. Shiraishi. I spoke his name clearly, leaning in to peek at his downturned face. Is something hurting you? I slowly reached up and around, placing my hands on his back. His body convulsed in a shudder. He seemed like the kind of person who doesn't show weakness if you ever realize you have any. But if you're feeling bad or hurt, tell me, okay? I can't do much. I can try to help. I rubbed his back in a soothing manner. I'll be here for you. We stayed like that for a while, me stroking his back and him standing stock still, just kidding, like a statue. Eventually, he looked up.
もう大丈夫。
I'm fine. The words sounded weak, his smile
さっ
forced.
きのは何でもないんだ。だから気にしないで。
That was nothing important. Don't worry about it. He was obviously pushing himself. I leaned in and examined his expression more closely.
にらめっこでもしてるの？
You've got a weird look on your face. Was this supposed to be a staring contest? Hey! In pain 1 second, the next this. I was honestly worried about you. Was all that just him messing with me again? Considering how that was a possibility. I don't know how I should feel right about that.
もう苦しいのはどこかに行ったみたい。君が追い払ってくれたのかな。
All that nasty hurty stuff just went away. Maybe you drove it off. Well, that's good,
さっ
I
きは話してる
guess.
とこ邪魔してごめんね。クリスマスの計画立ててたんだよね。
Sorry to butt into your conversation like that. You were making plans for Christmas. I'm sorry, is he bipolar? I was getting ready to turn them down, actually.
そうなの?
Huh? Really? Yeah, I mean, you said you'd never done anything really Christmassy before in your life, right? So I thought we could invite everybody on Yanagi's team and have a little house party together. How does that sound? Shiraishi?
仕事以外の時間を共有するなんて嫌いな人間とはなかなかできないよね。
It's not easy to spend more time than absolutely required with a person that you hate.
それどころか君が評価してる柳君と同格に並ぶなんて。
Not only that, you're including me in a group that has Yanagi, whom you hold in high regard.
振り返ってみても俺が君の中でいつ昇格したのかわからない。何が良かったの？ストラップ？
Looking back on things, it seems I've gone up in rank, if in your estimation, when I wasn't looking. What did it? The cookies? The phone strap? What does it matter?
気になったことはとことん調べないと気が済まないんだ。で、なんで？
I'm curious, and I am compelled to examine things that make me curious. Well, tell me why. Why, he says. Shiraishi moved in closer, but I quickly dodged. I'll go get permission from Mochida to go to Miss Takashi's place this afternoon. I rolled around and beat feet for the SRCPO office. Just running. Geez, I didn't expect him to start prying like that. Maybe it would have been better if I had said I just wanted to help him make a nice Christmas memory. But I think I'd feel a little embarrassed to actually say that out loud to him. Plus, I would have no idea how to answer if he came after me for a detailed breakdown again. I think all I could tell him is that I wanted to. It doesn't help that Shiraishi looks like he seriously did not comprehend why. I didn't like spending time with people I hate any more than necessary either. I guess it was time that I admitted it to myself. I had warmed up to him enough that I honestly wanted to do things to make him happy. I'll have to get some help from Yanagi's team to make sure the party can come together and that Shiraishi will enjoy himself. Oh, I think got murdered on this path once. I finally think you're growing used to me when you ignore my questions and run. That is so fickle. You might even be more fickle than I am. That might be why you're so difficult to profile. Yeah, that seems right. That must be it. Shiraishi mumbled and muttered to himself like that the entire time we walked to Miss Takashi's house. I didn't expect him to get hung up on this. Apparently, he was having issues coming to terms with the fact that my impression of him changed. It was a good thing, and yet he's still like this. He's being so pedantic about it, the whole thing. Shiraishi, would you get over it already? You need to focus on apologizing to Miss Takashi. What do you think? I'm in a bad mood? I'm not. I'm just thinking to myself, that's all. So I guess he's the type that can't drop a question. He won't leave it be until he has an answer. Dealing with him is such a pain. To be clear, he's a profile, so of course he wants an answer. It didn't help that he was walking faster than usual, turning this into a power walk for me. I broke into a short jog to try and catch up to him when... Beep! What? I wound up plowing right into someone who had suddenly turned the corner I was passing. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. It was a girl, and she had dropped her notebook she was carrying. I reached to pick it up. Don't touch that! Another voice barked at me. My hands jerked back. A boy walked up from behind the girl and picked up the notebook, shooting a look at me. Sorry, it's just a very important notebook. Who are these people? He's got clover on him. She's got 3 buns and then 3 things on her pendant. He's got clover on his hat and his shirt. It's habit forming is his shirt. Is she got like witch sleeves? What's going on here? The girl took it. Oh, it's also got, hang on, it's got a clover on it. It says your diary, but it's a different kind of clover. It's a 3-leaf clover, and he's got 4-leaf clovers on him. The girl took it from the boy and held it close, looking obviously
ぶつかった時
relieved.
に怪我しませんでしたか？
Are you all right? You didn't get hurt when you ran into each other, did you? Oh, I'm
よかった。
fine. That's
お
good.
前も大丈夫か？膝すりむいてないな。
What about you? Are you okay? You didn't skin your knee or anything, did you? You look like a literal ghost.
大丈夫。ごめんなさい。
No, I'm fine. I'm very sorry.
俺じゃなくて、ぶつかった人に謝らないと。
Don't apologize to me. Apologize to the lady you ran into. Go
ごめん
on.
なさい。
I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I was going too fast too. I'm sorry. I'm glad neither of us were
そう
hurt.
ですね。妹も大丈夫みたいですし、俺たちはこれで。
It looks like my sister is okay now, so we'll be going. The boy bowed, giving his sister a little push, and began walking away. I turned and watched them go. Suddenly, I heard a theatrically huge sigh behind me.
消えたと思ったら何やってるんだか。考え事でもしてたの？
I wondered where you disappeared to. What are you doing, staring off into the sunset? If it wasn't for a certain someone walking too fast, I wouldn't have needed to run to catch up. I glared at him, but he turned around and started walking again like it didn't even register. It probably hadn't. Grumbling, I jogged after him. My cardio session continued. Arriving at Ms. Takeshi's house, I took a moment to gather my courage before pressing the doorbell.
はい。
Yes, I'm sorry to bother you, miss. It's Lee Hoshino from Shinjuku.
あなた、そこまでして情報が欲しいんですか？
You again. Do you really want to question me that badly? No, I just wanted
実は
to...
どうとでも言えますよね。もういい加減うんざりしてるんです。二度と来ないでください。
You can say anything you like, even if it isn't true. I am tired of seeing you. Go away and don't come back. There was nothing I could say to that. Shiraishi stepped up, giving me a pat on the shoulder and moving in front of me.
以前は名乗らず失礼しました。科学捜査研究所機動捜査支援係の白石景之と申しま
My
す。
apologies for not introducing myself earlier. I am Kageyuki Shiraishi from the Field Operations Support Team Forensics.
その説は心ない言葉で不快な思いをさせてしまい申し訳ありませんでした。
I am sorry for my insensitive words the other day. I did not intend to
もう
discomfort
結
you.
構です。警察はもともと信用してませんから。
Whatever. I've never had much faith in the police in the first place.
その認識は間違ってないと思います。
Indeed, and for good reason, I know.
警
Shiraishi?
察の中には俺みたいに自分のことしか考えてない人間なんてうようよいますからね。
There's no shortage of people like me on the force, people interested only in their own goals.
彼女の
However,
ように自分以外の誰かのために奔走する警察官もいます。
there are officers like her who will do everything in their power to help others.
彼女はこれまでたくさんの人の話を親身になって聞いてきました。
She spends her days
自分
lending
に
an
できることは
openness.
ないか模索してきた。
She spends her days lending an ear to countless people, listening earnestly to what they say and thinking hard about how she can help
ここ
them.
に来たきっかけは捜査でしたが、あの日あなたが吐き出した言葉を聞いて、彼女は放っておけなくなったんですよ。
Yes, we came here for an investigation. However, after hearing what you said that day, she has been unable to abandon you to face your problem alone.
警察官として正しいとは言えなくても、星野巡査はそういう子なんです。
Her actions may not be the wisest, but that's just the kind of person Officer Lee Hoshino is. Though we were still talking over the intercom, he conveyed those words with force and conviction. After all this time, I insulted him too. He deserved it. My heart felt like it was going to burst. If I didn't hold myself together, I knew I'd cry. I clenched my fists and bit my lips, staying quiet. I had no idea having someone recognize my efforts would feel this good. And that it was Shiraishi whose ideology I clashed with so bitterly. At this very place, emotion welled up inside of
近
me.
所のおばあさんからも星野さんの話は聞きました。
I've actually heard about Officer Hoshino from one of my elderly
悪い人で
neighbors.
はないかもしれませんが、
I know you're not a bad person, but I'm sorry. Her quiet words didn't have their usual barbs. I understand, miss. I am sorry for bothering you so often. If you think of anything, please contact the Special Region Crime Prevention Office. It doesn't have to be regarding the X-Day cases. If you have any problems, please call us. We'll do everything we can to help you. I bowed deeply, then Shiraishi and I turned to leave Miss Takashi's house behind.
きっと友達のために最後まで味方になろうとするんでしょうね。
I think you would have tried to stand by a friend to the very end, wouldn't you? What? I heard a whisper over the intercom, but then it went silent. I came all the way along, but in the end, it wasn't much help, huh? No, you were. You were a lot of help. Hearing what you said made all the work I've done so far feel worthwhile. Oh, come on. You remember who said that, right? Me. Don't you think I had an ulterior motive or two? Shiraishi, you are a seriously twisted individual. You shouldn't be so down on yourself like that. Even if your words were calculated to get info out of Miss Takeshi, I still sense heartfelt sincerity in them. They reached me too, so if you had an ulterior motive, I don't mind. Yeah, I figured we'd get turned away at the door, but what he said did change her impression of us. This time, what we said generated a positive change in Miss Takeshi. He has the super confused look on his face again. When I was at odds with him, I had to let my doubts rule everything, but now that I knew him better, it was easy to see what was really going on. Yanagi had it right. Yeah, he picked the worst possible way to phrase things, but he was still a decent guy at heart. Now you're just going to have to buckle down and get somewhere in our investigation, huh? There are still some people connected to the free school that I haven't talked to yet. I'll get in touch with them. Alright, you can do the legwork stuff yourself. I have some other things I have to focus on. Okay. Oh, come to think of it, how goes the investigation about the station mole? Have you found anything interesting? Yeah, I just haven't told you because I'm not certain just yet. But there's definitely someone connected to Adonis in the station. Who? Calm down. A person like that exists, but I don't have any solid proof of it. I just noticed some odd behavior from them while I was looking into this month's X-Day case. So this person is suspicious, but you don't have anything you can charge them with yet. If we make a premature move, they may clam up, or worse, they could disappear. Exactly. We need to let them be while we quietly find the proof we need to bring them in. Understood. I'm itching to find out, but in this case, it's probably best to leave it all up to you. I thought that this was the end of that subject, but Shiraishi spoke up again, hesitantly this time. If this is a big if, mind you, we do find proof that this person is definitely connected to Adonis, what will you do? Huh? The way he phrased it made it sound almost like whoever this suspect was, they were someone that I knew. I don't want to believe that, but if someone that I knew on the force was connected to Adonis, Seiki, It's Seiki. It's gotta be Seiki. Or it could be him. This could be a triple agent situation. It is not impossible that they were somehow forced into betraying the police. I'm not the basic example of that. I haven't told them about my Adonis encounter. It wouldn't be unusual if there were others who Adonis had threatened into obeying them. So first of all, I would want to ask them why and how they had gotten involved with Adonis. Are you sure it's smart to be that lenient with someone who's an Adonis member? They might just exploit you again. Or goodwill, sorry. I'm not saying I'd let them off scot-free. It's just, well, getting to know you has taught me that it isn't right to project my opinions onto someone else.
そこで俺の名前を出しちゃうのか。これは喜ぶべきなのか難しいところだな。
And now you tie me into it. I'm not sure I'm happy about that. I can't deny that you have had a significant impact on my life. Whatever the case, we won't get anywhere if we don't somehow stop the chaos Adonis is causing. A mole in the station. I really didn't want to believe it, but...
俺の方でもう少し調べてみるよ。それまで待ってて。
I'll dig into it a little deeper and I'll let you know what I find out. Okay, I'll wait for you then. After we got back to the station, I scrounged up what free time I could to call up the rest of the people of the free school contact list. No answer. Masoka, Yoshi, Tina can't reach. I sighed, marking an X next to her name. The events had occurred a decade ago. I guess it shouldn't be as a surprise that people didn't remember or weren't at their old addresses. Hachisuka was killed by Tsunemori in September. Tsunemori committed suicide in October. 10 years ago, Yorin Uno, guidance counselor at the free school they both attended, attempted to kill her kids and then killed her husband and herself. So far, the only thing linked all these three was that they attended the same school at the same time. But out of all the people I called, one man had been more than happy to talk. According to him, Hachisuka, with his good looks and an actress for his mother, was extremely popular with the girls. There's always one, isn't there? That guy who's smart and athletic and popular. The man said when he heard Hachisuki was killed, he thought one of his women finally got him. Hachisuka must have been really popular. But what surprised me most was that the man told me about Hachisuka's connection to Miss Uno. Apparently, there was a rumor that Hachisuka had a crush on Mrs. Uno. Hachisuka's groupies then considered her their enemy. Several of them began bullying her. One of them even had her parents sent complaints to the school about Mrs. Uno. That's crazy. It wouldn't surprise me if this is what was at the heart of Mrs. Uno's emotional instability. I had the man give me as many names of the girls in the bullying as he could. I made a list and began another round of calls. I asked for as many details as possible, but all of them said things like they were just young and dumb or were just going with the crowd. Still, if all that young and dumb bullying was what drove Miss Uno to kill herself.
欲しいな。眉間にシワが寄ってるぞ。その分じゃ極秘捜査は順調じゃないみたいだな。
Those are some impressive wrinkles. You're furrowing your brow like it's your job. I take it your side project isn't going so hot. Mochita.
差し入れだ。これでも飲んで一休みしろ。
Here, my treat. Sip on it and take a little break. Thank you. I opened the can of coffee and took a swig.
ところで、星野。お前と白石さんは。
By the way, are you
いわゆる
are you
男
and
女の関係なのか。
Shiraishi, together? Mochida's question startled me so badly I nearly spit my coffee all over everything. No, we are not.
なんだ、違うのか。お前が佐伯に誘われたところに割り込んできたから、てっきりそうなのかと。
Oh, you're not? He butted in just as Saiki was about to invite you to dinner, so I thought there must be something going on between you two. Shiraishi as well. How should I put this? He's an eccentric person? I don't think there's much point in looking for any deeper meaning in what he does. I thought back on how he had been acting when he had barged in and dragged me off. Something about it didn't sit well with me. Oh goodness, sorry. I thought this was flashback. It wasn't for the reason Mochida thought, though. To me, it seemed like he was fearful. His pain expression popped into my mind. What is the purpose of getting further involved? Why do I feel so irritated? I've never hurt like this before.
深い意味はないか。 割と自分に正直な人だと思ったけどな。
No special meaning, huh? And here I was thinking he was a straight shooter. Yeah, once you get to know him, he is honest to a fault about everything. But for him and I to get together like that? Up until only a little while ago, the two of us could barely stand each other. Now our relationship had upgraded to normal. There wasn't anything special there, I think. Oh, though thinking about it, there aren't that many people who'd volunteer to get to know him. That meant that not only Mochida, but a lot of other people might get the wrong idea about us. Actually, I think Mukai already has an entirely weird fictional history she built in her
まあ
head.
何がどう転ぶかわからんからな。
Oh
も
well,
しそうなっても俺は応援するぞ。
there's no telling what the future holds. If you do get together, I wish you the well.
そんなくたびれた顔するなって。今日到着だろ。あとは頼んだぞ。
Come on, don't give me that look. Anyways, you're still on duty, right? Good luck. He gave me a hearty pat on the shoulder, grabbed his bag, and went home. Me and Shiraishi, huh? Thinking of it, my opinion of him had changed a lot from when we first met. Yeah, he's still snarky, flaky, weird, and he still treats me like a kid, but now I think he does see me when he looks at me. Hell, he's almost dependable at times.
彼女のように自分警察
Oh,
官として
yes, when he complimented me. That was just a minute ago. I did feel really, really happy when he said that about me. My phone rang, nearly startling me out of my seat. Is it from Shiraishi? I grabbed my phone, heart pounding. Oh, it's Mukai. The tension left my body in a rush. Let's see. Emergency SBC meeting. Come to the interrogation room. Uh-oh, I have a bad feeling about this. But ignoring it, it seemed a lot scarier. I timidly plobbed to the interrogation room. Plotted to the interrogation room. Great. Looks like my bad feeling was on target. Mukai and Shigawara were waiting for me in the same position as when we were here last.
星野、まあ座りなよ。
Hoshino, come in and have a seat. Okay. Talk about deja vu. I was innocent, yet it felt like I was being treated like a
ま
suspect
ずは
again.
星野さんから近況の報告をしていただきましょうか。
Firstly, Miss Hoshino, please give us a status report on your battle as it stands. I'm afraid there isn't much of anything I can... Oh,
その顔は
oh what? Your
何か進展
expression
がありましたわね。
tells me that there has been a development. Seeing the excited gleam in her eye, I resigned myself to my fate and nodded. Well, I guess I don't hate him as much as I used to anymore.
苦手じゃない？
You don't? Yeah, he's done things to try and cheer me up. He even verbally acknowledged all my work.
待ってください。それは本当に就任ですか？
Wait a minute. That was the director? Not some doppelganger?
あんた熱あったりしない？美化しすぎるにも程があるよ。
Hoshino, are you sure you're feeling okay? You're kind of going overboard with the hyperbole. I'm fine, and I'm not over-exaggerating anything. Shiraishi honestly decided to start respecting me all on his own.
なんということでしょう。事態は私たちが思っていたよりも複雑回帰になっているようですわ。
Unbelievable. The situation has grown far more complicated and fantastical than we had ever expected,
でも
Shigawara.
さ、ちょっと不気味じゃない？私はどうしても裏があるように思えてならないんだけど。
Yeah, but isn't it a little creepy? Me, I smell a rat. He's got to have something cooking behind the
そうです
scenes.
わね。主任のことですから、こちらの行動を先読みして罠を仕掛けているのかもしれません。
Very true. This is the director after all. It is possible he has predicted our actions and is laying a trap for us. Wow, they really don't trust him at all, do they? To be fair, it was his own fault, but I couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. If he was setting a trap, don't you think he'd be more subtle about it? Shiraishi has changed. I mean it. He's even trying stuff he's not used to, and it makes him look like an overgrown kid.
え、白石さんが？うわ、何それ。見てみたい。いや、見たくない気もするけど。
Shiraishi acting like an overgrown kid? Holy crap, what the hell? I so want to see that. Wait, no, thinking about it, I probably don't.
私としたことがうかつでしたわ。星野さんに録画を頼んでおくべきでした。
Goodness, I can't believe I was so short-sighted. I should have asked you to record it. No, that would definitely be way too difficult.
星野が白石さんの弱みになりそうだって話を聞いたときは半信半疑だったけど。
I'll admit, I was skeptical when you said that Hoshino might turn into Shirashi's weak point.
今の話聞いてるとさ、白石さんマジなんじゃないの?
But hearing about what happened, I kind of think he's serious about this. Mukai nodded sagely at Sugawara's
男
words.
性としての性に目覚めたということですわね。星野さん、あなたはどうなんですの?
It seems he has finally awoken to a man's natural desire. Miss Hoshino, what about you? What do you
白
mean?
石さんのこと男として見てるのかってことだよ。
She's asking if you're looking at Shirashi as a man. Again, what's with the are we going out stuff? Of course I'm not. We just happen to be working together on a case. We're
怪
co-workers.
しいです。
Uh-huh. Stop staring at me so suspiciously. I already told you I don't like him at all. I just got done deflecting Mochida's suspicions. Now this, I can't help but speak forcefully. Both of you are overreacting. Just because this is Shirashi doesn't mean that...
悪いことは言わない。今すぐ口を閉じな。
Hoshino, trust me, you want to shut up right now. No, I do not. I will not shut up until both of you fully
これはこ
understand
れで
me.
面白いかもしれません。主任もそう思いませんか?
My, this has the potential to be entertaining. Don't you agree, director? For a moment, I thought it was weird that Mukai was talking to someone who wasn't there. Then cold reality started seeping in. Neither of them are looking at me. They're looking behind me. I slowly turned around. Yep, the last person I wanted to see was right there. Shirashi?
ああ、お邪魔しちゃってごめんね。どうぞ続けて。
Sorry for interrupting. Please continue. It's not what you think. I opened my mouth to make excuses, but Shirashi had already turned and left. I'm sorry, I have to go. I hastily got up and nearly stumbled out of the room, chasing after him. Shirashi, wait. That wasn't what you
そ
think.
んな取り繕わなくてもいいよ。君が俺のこと苦手なのは今に始まったことじゃないでしょ?
You don't have to make excuses. It isn't like your distaste for me is something new or unusual. No, it wasn't that. I hate you at least. I don't hate you as much as before.
撲
And
滅の会に属してるなら、向井さんたちに同調するのが正しいって俺でもわかるよ。
if you want to continue being a part of the bashing coalition, I'm aware that it is wise to go along with Mukai and Sugawara's
それが
opinions.
人付き合いってやつだし、常識的な君が選ぶ選択としては間違ってないんじゃない?
Doing so is necessary when interacting with others people. Given your common sense approach to relationships, your actions aren't wrong. Even as he refuted my argument, Shirashi didn't stop walking. It was obvious he wouldn't listen to me. He had his opinion and he was done with the conversation. Shirashi, listen to me. If words wouldn't work, it was time to take action. Are you going to kiss him? I reached out and grabbed the hem of his coat.
君さ、いい大人がこんなことして恥ずかしくないの?
As a grown-up, isn't doing this embarrassing you at all? Yes, it is embarrassing. But I want you to listen to what I have to say.
で、恥を忍んでまで俺に聞かせたいことって何?
So what is this thing you want to tell me so badly you're willing to debase yourself? Well, Shirashi accepted that people hate him. I think that's sad and unfortunate. Shirashi, I don't hate you. The words poured out far louder than I expected. Everything around us went dead quiet for a second.
あれって
Then,
国防の子でしょ?
isn't that girl from the SRCPO?
白石さんにあんなこと言うなんて度胸あるよね.
She said I don't hate you. Like, she didn't say I like you. And she actually said that to Shiraishi out loud. She's got courage. I don't know if she's bold or just crazy. Is she new? She might just not know yet. We were standing in the station hallway. Of course, there was other people around. And given the circumstances, I don't hate you could easily be taken to mean I like you. Oh my god. I felt my face flame with embarrassment.
君って俺のこと嫌いじゃないんだ。そっか。
Really? So you don't hate me, huh? Now isn't that interesting? I peeked up at Shiraishi. He had the most evil grin on his face
嫌いは言われ慣れて
ever.
たけど嫌いじゃないは初めてだな。
I'm used to people saying that they hate me, but that negative in the front of it is new. The new one. Shiraishi, can we not rehash this, please?
なんで？君が言ったんだよ。嫌いじゃないって。
Why not? You're the one who said you didn't hate me. There, that part. Please stop it.
やだよ。だって気に入ったんだ。嫌いじゃない。いいね。俺も使ってみようかな。
Nope, don't wanna. I like it too much. I don't hate you. Huh. Yeah, it was a nice ring. Maybe I'll use it sometime. Now he's just playing with me. Ugh, I so wish I hadn't said that. I wanted to sink into the floor and disappear. Either that or wipe everyone's memory somehow.
君のこと嫌いじゃないよ。
Hey, Lee, I got someone to tell you too. I don't hate you either. The words he spoke so matter-of-factly hit me like a sledgehammer. My hand let go of his coat. Did you just... Did you hear that? I don't know. I mean, I guess. Yeah, that was a confession. That totally sounded like Shiraishi likes that girl. Before I could ask him if he meant that, the whispers started. Him, like me, is in that way? No, impossible.
なんかここうるさいし移動しよっか。
It's noisy out here. Let's go elsewhere. Okay. I followed after him quietly while inside my curiosity about what? While inside my curiosity about what he really meant by what he said ate me alive. It's inside my mind curiosity about. I'm gonna go with okay, they forgot a word. It's fine.
ここなら誰もいないし、さすがに追いかけてくる人もいないよね。
This should do. No one's around and I highly doubt anybody tried to follow us. Okay.
にしても、あんな場所で誤解されるようなこと言うなんて。
Is it a loaded declaration? I don't think so. What got into you? That was one hell of a loaded declaration you made in front of
君今日
everybody.
から後ろ指さされちゃうかもよ。真面目に見えて実は物好き変人な星野さんだって。
People are going to start talking about you now. Everyone will be at Twitter about that girl Hoshino, the one who's into the really weird types. Well, what else was I supposed to do? I just really wanted to make sure you didn't have the wrong idea about
普通
me.
は俺より対面を考えるのに。君ってバカだな。
You're the one who's supposed to know better. You really made yourself look dumb, you know? I don't care. If that's what I get for deciding to be honest, then so be it. But never mind me. What did you mean when you said that before?
さっきの？おお、嫌いじゃないってやつ？どういうも何も言葉のままだよ。
Oh, you mean that I don't hate you thing? What's confusing you? I meant exactly what I
俺は
said.
君のこと嫌いじゃない。これってこうも言えるのかな？
I don't hate you, though I guess you could put it another way too.
君のこと好きみたい。
Ah, you see, I think I like you. What?
君って枠にはまってるのかと思ったらたまにそうじゃない行動に出るよね。それで自爆して百面相
It's
し
a
た
guy
り
like
してさ。
Kichul. Just when I think I have you figured out, you do something unpredictable and get yourself into hot water over it. With all kinds of weird
そういうと
reactions.
ころ面白いし、一緒にいると飽きない。好きと嫌いをパーセンテージで表すとね。
That's so amusing. I don't get bored with you. If I had to break it down, I'd say it's you don't have to go that far, thanks. So that's all he meant. Basically, I sit further on the amusing side of the scale than the hate boring side. How did it feel to have someone say they like you? Did your little heart go pitter-patter? No. And here I thought I'd get a great reaction out of you with that one. Oh yeah, he did say I was growing less fun to tease, didn't he? So he was just messing with me again. Shiraishi, like, isn't a word you should toss out lightly when it comes to people. I figured it out after a moment, but others may get the wrong idea. I tried to make it sound like a stern warning, but he just smiled at me. I won't. I mean, you're the first one I ever felt this way about. I wanted to tell him that was exactly what I meant about not saying it too lightly, but he said it so naturally and nonchalantly that I found I couldn't say anything. You and I are complete opposites. I thought there was no way we could ever comprehend each other. But over time, I grew curious. I started looking for pretenses to examine your actions, genuinely wanting to understand you for myself. And not just in relation to the case, even beyond that. Now I'm even thinking that it might be kind of nice if you would still come to see me even after the case has been wrapped up. Wait, so which is this now? Is this just him messing with me more, or does he really? At first it hurt that he didn't remember my name. Our opinions clashed, he didn't understand me, he was teasing me just for his own amusement. Even this could just be an extension of that habit of his. I never knew how to parse his words. One way or another, in the end, he always manages to throw me in for a loop, doesn't he? But he was trying to understand me now. He chose to do so of his own will. And because he didn't, Well, at least that's the general idea I have. I don't intend to force it on you, so don't worry. The relationship we have now entertains me. You even said you don't hate me. That's enough for me now. Besides, you have a mountain of work to do, and you said you were going to interview more people associated with the school. How'd that go? He's segued with the Oh my gosh. Oh my god. He's segued. I did it. He segued with the subtlety of a train jumping off its track. Subtly. I can do this. Aha. He segued with the subtlety of a train jumping off its tracks. I slumped in disappointment. I'm not sure how I feel about this, but I didn't have it in me to force the subject back. I quickly tried to redirect my thoughts. Well, I did discover a few things. First, there was a rumor going around at the time that Hashisuka had a crush on the counselor Uno. Due to that, she was unwittingly became the enemy of all the other girls who liked Hashisuka. It seems some of them began bullying her. I talked with some of those girls, but none of them could tell me anything of interest. It has been a decade though, so there are more than one person I am unable to contact. 10 years, huh? That's more than enough time for people and for cities to change. Yet, despite that gap, Takechi still hasn't let go of something from then. She's been stuck in the same trap, unable to move on from the past. You would have stand by a friend to the very end. I think that Miss Takeshi wanted to be of some kind of help to Mrs. Uno, but there's not much a person can do for the dead. If we assume Miss Takeshi still feels guilty over her death and was looking for something to do, before Miss Uno killed herself, she tried to kill her 2 children. I couldn't get those poor kids out of my mind. What they saw must have scarred them for life. I wonder how Mrs. Uno's 2 children are doing these days.
親戚に引き取られたはずだよ。その後どうなったかまではさすがに書かれてなかったけどね。
I think they reported living with relatives, but that there wasn't anything more detailed about it, of
当
course.
時8歳だったから今は18になってるはずだ。
They are around 8 years old at the time, so they should be about 18 by now. 18. That's as old as my little brother. As minors, they still need an adult's help to live. Since it seems that Miss Takeshi was friends with Mrs. Uno, I wonder if she's been kept in touch with her children.
どうだろう。俺はそういうのよくわからない。家族ってそんなに大事？
Good question. I have little understanding of that kind of thing. Are family relationships that important? I can't say I got along all that well with my own family, but Kazuki is incredibly important to me.
そういうのいいね。仮に俺が死んだとしても誰も悲しむ。
Dang. That sounds nice. I doubt there's anybody who would care one way or another if I died.
別にそれでいいと思ってたけど、きっとそれって寂しいことなんだよね。
For the longest time, I didn't really care about that, but now it seems kinda lonely to me. It may have just been the lighting, but seeing him stare off into the distance, he looked sad. I would be sad if something happened to you. That whole conversation we went through had left me confused, but I could at least say that much. Thanks. His voice was quiet, his one word a tad awkward. It made my heart give a heavy thump. Shiraishi didn't care much about himself. That worried me. You said that I was cat-like, but I think you are more cat-like than I am. Don't vanish into the night without a word, okay?
猫は気まぐれだから約束はできないかな。
Cats are creatures of whimsy. I can't make any promises. That's fine. Even if you do disappear, I'll investigate and find out where you've gone.
君なら俺がどこにいても見つけてくれそうだ。
Giving her far too much credit. I think you could find me no matter where I went. That is a lie. And so I stood there next to Shiraishi, and the 2 of us watched the sunset. Neither of us bothered saying how beautiful it was. Even now, I couldn't tell if he meant what he had said or if he was just teasing me again, but that didn't matter. I think I might like our relationship too. In the end, watching the sunset with a person I didn't hate wasn't all that bad. On our way back down to the SRCPO, every time we passed someone, I couldn't help but avert my eyes.
そんなこそこそしなくても誰も告白まがいのことをしたなんて。
Oh, come on. Stop acting so shy. I'm sure everyone has accidentally confessed once or twice. Shiraishi.
はいはい、恥ずかしいから触れられたくないんでしょ。
Right. It embarrasses you, so you don't want anyone to touch the subject. Exactly. Not only that, I'm on duty today. I'm going to be in this situation all night.
それは気が休まらないね。ビクビクして縮こまってる君が想像できる。
Feeling a little uneasy after what you did, I can already see you flinching at every noise. What made it worse was that I feel it too. Just thinking about being here all night depressed me.
いや、夕食でも買ってきてあげようか。
Do you want me to buy you cat food? I mean dinner? Cat food? No, I packed dinner, so I'm fine.
俺の言葉に反応する元気は残ってるみたいだね。君はやっぱりそうじゃなくちゃ。
Heh, it looks like you still have enough energy left to react amusingly. That's the way I like you
それじゃ
best.
俺はここで。バイバイ。
Anyways, I should go. Bye bye. Good night. I watched him walk off completely unconcerned by all the stares, feeling a little jealous. Oops. Though I did feel eyes staring at me as I went, I managed to go back to my desk without incidents. Sitting down, I noticed my cell phone, which I had left on my desk, blinking at me. Oh, somebody must have sent me a text. When I see it was from the 2 members of the Bastion Club, I hesitated, but sooner started than sooner done. I took a deep breath and opened my inbox. First, Shigawara's text. Rumors are already flying station-wide. You got more guts than I realized. When you have an opening, you take it. Great, everybody thinks I confessed to him. I was so embarrassed. I started to feel dizzy, but I still had to read Mukai's text. After meeting with Shigawara, we've decided to surveil your relationship. With you on our side, the director won't be able to move against us. I must have a great eye for scouting since I'm the one who scouted you. Uh-oh. Everyone had the wrong idea, and that bugged me, but it also bugged me that the reality was nothing. Does what happened on the roof count as a confession, though? This is Shiraishi. It was so hard to parse. I didn't even know. Hard to parse. I didn't know how to feel. But it was nice to know that he didn't hate me and that he wanted me to be around. So does that mean that to him, I'm at least a little bit special? That's overthinking it. Having everyone constantly assuming we were an item must have somehow dulled my senses. Yeah, that's it. Shiraishi is just a friend, one that finally feels comfortable enough to open up to me.
また百面相してるの？君の前の席の人羨ましいな。
Oh, there's another funny face. I'm jealous of the guy who sits across from you all day. Shiraishi!
飛び上がらんばかりのリアクションをありがとう。実はさ、俺も今日ここに泊まることにしたんだ。
You almost jumped out of your seat. Thanks. Anyways, I decided that I'm going to stay here all night tonight. Oh. Leaving in the middle of the day, staying the night. Shiraishi did what he wanted to, I guess. I also wanted to eat dinner with you too, so I dashed out and brought something right quick. He plunked himself down next to me like that was where he always sat. You're gonna eat here too? The people I don't like are gone, so yep, you aren't going to tell me to leave, are you? Well, everyone from the SRCPO has gone home, but people from other departments are still here. It seems rumors about earlier are already going around. Maybe it isn't wise for us to eat together? Why not? I don't care about rumors. You should know that by now. Well, they bother me. The fact that you deny it is why the rumors started. Embrace it and nobody will say a thing. Is that so? I wasn't convinced. He gave me a sideways glance as he pulled a sandwich out of a grocery bag. Anyway, you know what they say about people when they're hungry. Eat your dinner. I watched him eat. Watching him eat made me more hungry than I wanted to admit. I pulled out my bento box and opened it. If you insist. I took a bite out of my rolled omelet and watched Shiraishi out the corner of my eye. He was staring at me, not even blinking. Even after I nonchalantly moved my gaze elsewhere, I could still feel his eyes boring a hole into me. Well, isn't this awkward? I dodged stares from gossipers just getting here. Now he was staring high-side mentally. Shiraishi, is this all you have for dinner? I tried asking a question to divert his attention. I usually don't bother with dinner, so I guess you could say that this much is an improvement. It didn't work. He kept staring straight at me as we talked. Just a sandwich for dinner is an improvement. I'm not sure how healthy that is. Knowing how much food Kageyuki could pack away, I found myself worrying about his diet. Here, you can have some of this if you want. I scooted my dinner towards him in the hopes that he might eat a little more. It's also got him to stop staring as his eyes focused on the food. Can I? I'll take your rolled omelet. Oh wait, there's only the one I took a bite out of left. Why don't you take something else? Oh, I know, I brought dessert too. I reached for my bag to pull out the fruit cup I had brought, and the second I took my eyes off. Nuh-uh, you look like you enjoyed the rolled omelet. I'm gonna taste it too. Man, we're getting a lot of photos with him. As he spoke, he reached out and snatched it right out of my bento box. She's like, the girl! Hey! By the time I looked up, the last bite had already disappeared into his mouth. You picked that first of all, so I figured it must be your favorite part. Is that why you wanted it? That's mean. Can I assume by your angry reaction that my hypothesis has been proven correct? Shiraishi happily licked his fingers, looking for all the world like he was having a blast. He didn't have to pick the one thing that I had already taken a bite out of. I wanted the rolled omelet. It was mighty tasty too. This is you. I'm thinking you put some effort into making it just right. Okay, I'll admit I like eggs enough that I did look up recipes and practice cooking them, right? Right, it was good, but once you eat it, it's all the same. Why bother trying to perfect it? That's none of your business. You had just insulted me offhandedly, but this time it didn't really bother me. No, something else entirely had my attention. Did he think anything at all about eating something I had already put my mouth on? He seemed completely oblivious to that, and for some reason, that bugged me. Come to think of it, he didn't seem particularly bothered when I gulped his drink at the bar. I guess he just doesn't consider me someone he would look at in that way. What? Something about that made me feel a little sad. Oh well, it's not like that's a huge revelation. He probably doesn't care about romantic stuff. Letting that thought drop, I pulled my bento back towards me and reached for another bite. Damn. By the way, that makes 2 indirect kisses we've shared now, right? He leaned way forward as he said that too. My cheek instantly felt like they were on fire, but I refused to let Shiraishi mess with me and get away with it scot-free. I don't know, man. Blandly agree with him. Turn away and pout. I couldn't tell this argument was lost before I even opened my mouth, and if that was the case, I sniffed and shifted my body so I couldn't see him anymore and ate dinner that way. There, how's that for non-reaction? Now he has no way to get back at me, patting myself on the back for my brilliant idea. Oh, now that you aren't looking at me, that means, oh well, I can just scoot over right in front of you again, like this. I heard the sound of the chair scraping the floor, and suddenly he was in front of me again. Undisturbed, I kept up my resistance by simply turning and looking another direction. The chair scraped, and he was back in front of me. Giving in meant losing. I shifted, looking back the other way. Thought you said you didn't hate me. Do you hate me again already? Huh? Hearing uncertainty in a voice, I shook my head. No, I haven't. Gotcha again. You're too nice a person to suddenly be rude to someone else for long. You even fell for my act, though I must say I'm not too upset by that. His voice oozed smugness, making me feel all the more frustrated. Damn it, I should have completely ignored him. Sorry, playing with you is now part of my daily routine. Give it up. I'm not sure I can accept that deal. Ugh, wordless pressure, too intense. Okay, I give up. Really? Great. Now that I officially have your permission, I can play with you as much as I want. Whatever. Realizing that resistance was futile, I gave up and just let him do what he wanted. Maybe this is what Yanagi meant when he said it wasn't that bad once you got used to it. I finished my dinner using a few pieces of fried chicken to distract Shiraishi from staring at me.
君のお腹も膨れたところで通報があるまで暇だよね。
Now that our appetites have been sated, you are free until you get a call, right? Not really. I have filing to do and reports to
はいはい
write.
それも大事だろうけど事件を解決する方がもっと
Yeah,
大事
yeah, I'm sure that's important, but isn't solving the case important too? All right, here. I put together a quick diagram of the way things stand at the current Oh goodness, all the words. I put together a quick diagram of the way things stand as we currently understand them.
すごい手作り感満載の相関図だね。なかなかいいセンスしてると思うよ。
Yuki Tsunemura, assailant in the September case, committed suicide in prison, killed Ken Hatsuki, victim in the September case, classmates. Friendly with Yorin Uno, free school counselor, committed suicide 10 years ago. Workplace associate friends with Satomi Takechi, free school instructor. That's beautiful. Wow, this diagram really feels handcrafted. You have a good eye for design. The design's not important. It's the relationships that matter. I traced the lines I had drawn connecting Miss Uno to Miss Takashi with a finger. They were friends, but according to Miss Takashi, Miss Uno committed suicide due to stress from child raising. Miss Takashi herself quit her job soon after. That she was supposedly a wreck at the time means Miss Uno's death may have been a factor in that. Ken and Miss Takashi's student supposedly had a crush on Miss Uno. He is also the victim of the September case. When confronting the topic, Miss Takashi seemed afraid. What she said in response leads me to believe she regrets something. Yuki allegedly murdered Hakashi 10 years ago. Both of them were classmates. With no obvious trouble between them, it was not likely a grudge that was acted upon. In fact, it seems like they may have been friends. However, according to witness testimonies, they did not contact each other after graduation. During questioning, Tsunemori boasted about his strength multiple times. It seems he had a little qualm about killing things. As for his motive, he is on record as having said that he wanted to try killing a person, so he did.
よくある境界性パーソナリティ障害に近いケースだろうね。
BPD, or borderline personality disorder, is a serious mental disorder marked by a pattern of instability in mood, behavior, and the ability to function. The instability often leads to impulsive actions. Looks pretty much like a garden variety of BPD in this case.
蜂塚が友人でも憎い相手でも関係ない。慢性的な殺人衝動を持つ人間は理屈じゃない犯行に及ぶから。
It didn't matter to Tsunemori if he loved or hated Hachisuka. People like him are bested with chronic urges to kill and will commit violence at random.
確かなのはこの全員が10年前同じフリースクールにいたってことだね。
But all we know for certain right now is that all of these people were at the school 10 years ago. Right, and in that case, and in the case that Adonis really did murder someone in October, it is possible the victim also has some sort of connection to this free school 10 years ago. Miss Takashi's mental state, Miss Uno's suicide, something must have been going on back then.
そう思って俺も調べてみたんだけどさ、結構ドロドロしてたよ。
I had the same idea, so I dug in some more. I discovered the whole damn place was a cesspool. And by that you mean...
蜂塚の母親は女優だけあって顔が広くてね、自分の不利益になることは人を使って徹底的にもみ消してた。
Hachisuka's mom was an actress, so obviously she was well known. She didn't like looking bad, so she paid people to get rid of her problems.
だから明るみに出なかったみたいだけど、調べてみればわんさか出てきたよ。蜂塚の母親が闇に葬った悪事がね。
I came across a whole mountain of ugly little incidents that she had buried, lest they make it into the public eye and tarnish her image. How did you find something like that out?
金さえ払えば徹底的に情報を探ってくれる人がいるんだ。
There are people who can get all kinds of information if you just pay them
そ
enough.
の人に頼んで情報を売ってもらったから、だいぶ深いところまで分かったよ。
I paid one of them a pricey sum, so he was able to dig really deep into that information for me. I had heard there were people who made a living by selling information to anyone who paid, but I wasn't really sure how ethical it was for an on-duty police officer to make use of one. You're wondering if you should call me out on my ethics or just look the other way, aren't you? You do realize that we're almost out of time, right? I know. I'm sorry, please continue. I told myself it was a necessary evil to solve the case and let Shiraishi continue talking. Wise decision.
8塚の母親なんだけどね、フリースクールに多額の寄付をしてたことが分かったよ。
So Hashisuki's mom apparently was making very large donations to that free school with regularity.
もともと通ってた高校で息子が登校拒否になった経緯があるから、同じことにならないようかなり色をつけてたらしい。
Her son's old school had basically kicked him out, so I'm guessing she was sweetening the deal to keep the same thing from happening again.
フリースクールで働いてた大人は8塚に逆らえなかったってわけ。
Effectively, that meant that the facility's hands were tied when it came to her child. So when Miss Takashi said she didn't have a choice, she meant that she had to do whatever Hashisuka told her to.
一教師とスポンサー、学校側がどっちを取るかは分かりきってる。
Probably on one side, you have one teacher. On the other side, they're primarily benefactor. It's obvious which side the school would take. Right, the schools clearly took... Really? This is... the benefactor side. The side that had all their money, their benefactor. Money makes the world go round. I bet the school board pocketed most of it too. Accepting those donations was basically bribery in the first place. They embezzled on top of that. Whoa, whoa, take it down a notch. You let this get to you and you'll go insane. Plus, that's not relevant in our case. Anyways, understood? Right. Sucking up to their benefactor netted significant amount of money for the school. That means that if Hashisuka caused any problem, the school would likely offer to cover them up. What? Then Hashisuka was effectively free to do whatever he wanted. Exactly. All the records from back then sung his praises to high heavens, but in reality, the school probably fabricated them all to hide the truth. Now we know that Hachisuka had a crush on Mrs. Uno. Normally, a mere teacher had no business going against the wishes of their benefactor's son. But Mrs. Uno was already married. She couldn't reciprocate his feelings. And he was a student. And other things, but okay. Apparently, she came under fire from Hachisuka's groupies because of it too. The poor woman was stuck between a rock and a hard place. That's why everything was coming together. The way everything was coming together, it seemed that Hachisuka was the center of the whole situation. Hachisuka thought he'd get Mrs. Uno to do as he wanted, but she defied him and turned him down. If you were him, what would you think of that? Huh? A person you thought was yours to manipulate as you wished instead resisted your will? What reaction would you have to that? If I put myself in Hachisuka's shoes, be furious, I guess. I don't know. Well, since he had a big crush on her, he would probably be really mad about it. Right, she didn't just dump him. She said no even when he held absolute authority over her. Yeah. I'm gonna cross my legs again. Because this is what I do. I curl into a ball, I unfurl my curl, and then I curl back up again because that's all I can do. Pubescent guys are sensitive about that stuff. Love can become hate in an instant. She didn't love me turns into she made a fool of me, and that leads to the wish for retaliation. What? But that's totally unjustified. Hachisuka was raised getting everything his heart desired from mommy. I doubt being told no would sit very well with him. Even without direct action, he could still destroy her life pretty easily, considering the entire school bowed to his every whim. I figure his original intention was just to make up all kinds of scandalous lies until either she got fired or she felt pressured into quitting. But he went overboard, and the pressure was enough to drive her to commit suicide. It wasn't just suicide. She murdered her husband. And though her attempt failed, she also tried to take her 2 children with her too. Hachisuka promptly took measures to make sure no evidence remained that could tie it back to him. Uno was a seasoned counselor. A few pranks from jealous girls probably wouldn't rattle her. She was driven to murderous desperation, means that there was more than just jealous girls involved. Then Hachisuka had a co-conspirator, someone Hachisuka could use to threaten Uno without her ever having to get his hands dirty. Someone who wasn't as obvious as a mob of jealous groupies. Someone who was close to him and easy enough to manipulate into doing what he wanted. Oh god. Takechi. Yuki Tsunamori. No. Oh my god, I've already forgot everybody's names. Yuki, I think it's right. He was supposedly friendly with Hachisuka given his temperament. It's likely he was willing to. That's what I thought too. I went back over all the records that pertain to Uno. I found Tsunamori had counseling appointments with Uno, lots of them. They were one-on-one meetings where they could talk uninterrupted. Before we had nothing to connect Tsunamori to Uno. But it was following this line of reasoning. It looks like the real origin of Uno's suicide lies with Hachisuka.
巣鴨が関わっていた確たる証拠はないにしても、彼の性格上 おとなしくカウンセリングを受けてたとは考えにくい。
Right now, we don't have evidence of Tsunemori's involvement, but given his mental issues, I doubt he quietly sat and let himself be
そ
counseled.
してもう一つ気になるのはハチスカに好意を寄せていた女子たちだ。
Now, there's one more thing I'm curious about Hachisuka's groupies.
ほとんどは悪ノリやその場の感情だろうけど、中には親伝いで宇野さんに抗議までしていたずらに騒ぎを大きくした子もいた。
It seems most of them went with juvenile spurs of the moment pranks, but one got her parents involved, making the issue more public. Shiraishi? Looking down at the diagram, I saw Shiraishi tapping his finger on Hachisuka's
その
name.
親伝いで抗議したって子の名前分かったりする？
You wouldn't happen to know the name of the girl who did that, would you? Oh, hang on a minute. I have notes. I pulled out the list of names I wrote down earlier and quickly skimmed it. Aha, here it is. Misako Yoshitani. I called her and I didn't get a response.
連絡はつかない。ハチスカに思いを寄せていた子の一人。彼女にとって宇野さんは邪魔だ。
No response. A girl who had a crush on Hachisuka. To her, Uno would be a rival to eliminate, and in that case, Shiraishi paused and opened his mouth to speak.
ああ、しな。到着だって聞いて差し入れを。
Yo, Hoshino, I heard you're on duty tonight, so I brought Seiki! Came strolling into the office with a cheery smile, one that froze when he saw us.
なんかごめん。俺、めちゃめちゃお邪魔虫。
No, he's the third wheel. I want you here. I'm totally a third wheel right now, aren't I? Still holding the bag of snacks he brought, he started shuffling backwards towards the door. No, it's okay. You aren't interrupting anything. I quickly rolled up the diagram, turned around to look at him. Come on, have a seat.
それじゃあ、お邪魔します。
You sure? Okay then. Seiki walked up to us, still obviously feeling awkward and bowed to
星野
Shiraishi.
の同期の佐伯ゆずるです。こいつすごくいいやつなんで、幸せにしてやってください。
God damn it, Seiki. I'm Yuziru Seiki. I joined the force at the same time as Hoshino. She's a great girl, so you better treat her right. Whoa, you have the wrong idea. I hurriedly explained to him that the rumor was false. Afterwards, he gave me a worried
もう
look.
署内じゃ結構話題になってるぞ。ま、人の噂も75日って言うし、そ
The
のう
rumors
ちみんな忘れるって。
all over the station now, you know. Oh well, people have short memories. They'll forget all about it soon enough. I hope so.
75日か。X デーを回避できてなかったら生きてるかもわからないけどね。
Though, if we don't somehow avert X Day, we might not all be alive long enough to forget. Hey, don't say stuff like that.
白石さんの言ってることも一理あるぞ。アドニスの奴ら何するかわからないからな。
Shiraishi does have a point, though. There's no telling what Adonis will try next. True. I nodded slowly for obvious reasons. Whenever this topic came up, my neck started prickling. I have to capture Adonis before X Day and have them take my collar off otherwise.
あ、佐伯くんの差し入れ栄養ドリンクだ。君も腰に手を当てて飲むの？
Oh, Seki brought energy drinks. Do you tilt your head back and chug these? No.
じゃあ小指立てる？飲み終わったら根性一発って言うの？
So do you stick your pinky out and yell, "That's energy" when you finish the bottle? No, and also no. I try to have more dignity when I drink my drinks.
なんだ、君って一般的じゃないね。
Oh, so you don't do it the normal way. I think your idea of normal and everyone else's idea of normal are two different things.
栄養ドリンク飲むのに上品も何もないだろう。なんていうか、二人とも息合ってて面白いな。
Who worries about how you drink a drink? You just drink it. Jeez, you two really are on the same wavelength and stuff. It's funny. Asking a barrage of questions, the most mundane thing, is the bad habit of his. Trying to answer, oops, everything gets tiring. Still, from the way you chirp back and forth, it's obvious you two are comfortable. It's no wonder those rumors are spreading.
俺だってクリスマスを一緒に過ごす相手くらいすぐに作ってやるんだからな。
Damn it, just you wait. I'll find a Christmas date myself in no time flat. You won't outdo me. And with that dastardly villainesque line, Sasuke turned and ran out of the room. Seiki can be like that, kind of impulsive, kind of weird. Is something wrong?
いや、ちょっと事件について気になることを思い出しちゃって。
I just remember that that's the mole. That's the mole. That's why he has a mole, because he's a mole. Oh my god, he has a mole because he is a mole. Anyways, no, I just remembered something. I wanted to look up about the case. I'm heading back to the lab. Shiraishi got up and promptly left. Oh, right. Before Seiki got here, he was saying how there was something he was curious about. No response. Is she dead? I wonder if he can really see how the case played out. I can't let myself fall behind. Once I finish up, I'll dive into the case too. Side others.
ダメだ。情報が増えるだけ混乱してくるぜ。くそ。まんまとアドニスの術中にはまってんじゃねえか。
God, it's no good. We're getting more info, but all it does is confuse things. Damn it, we're falling right into Donus's trap.
そうやけを起こすな。だが、膠着状態なのは間違いないな。
Don't throw in the towel just yet, though. Things are getting real bogged down. Yeah.
事件が起きて、容疑者が逮捕されても、アドニスの全容にまでは繋がらない。
Incidents within the days of each other, the perps are arrested, but we still can't tie them to Adonis. Everything is turning up spades, but for them so far. So far, we got less than 2 weeks until X Day. We're way up a creek without a paddle right now. We haven't been getting much info from Shiraishi lately either. Yeah, but I doubt he'd take me seriously if I asked. You should probably get in touch instead. Right? He's not his usual self lately. If the way he was acting last time he was here is any sign, I'll do some digging. Side story, Shiraishi. It's late. Who the hell would be Yanagi?
柳君、悪いけど今忙しいんだ。ずっと追ってた事件が解明できそうでさ。
Yanagi, sorry, I'm busy. I'm gonna crack a case I've been working on for ages. Well, the one I've been working on is dead-ended. If you've got any info on Adonis. I just told you I'm busy. Go ask someone else. Only interested in your own stuff, eh? And here I thought you were starting to change. Of course. The one thing most important to me is... What is it? Solving the case? My original duty? Is it her? What am I thinking? My goal's been set for years. They won't change. I will fulfill my original duties. That is the only reason for my existence. Shiraishi, what's wrong? You really are acting different. I can't afford to waste time messing around with inconsequential things. I have a job to do. Dun dun. Yuri Uno's case summary is here. It is. I thought so. She was so fixated on Takashi and Uno that I looked into the case for her on a whim. Who would have thought it would wind up being useful?
もう俺が何もしなくても、彼女は旧10月の事件の真相に、犯人の正体にいつか気づくだろうな。
I doubt I have to do anything else. She already has the tools she needs to learn the truth about the September and October cases on her
俺の
own.
役目も終わり。そう考えると、あの行動も納得できる。
My duty is done. Realizing that makes my next step seem much more logical.
はい。
Yes.
あの方について分かった。君が知らないはずないよね。
I understand him now. I'm sure you, of course, already know, right?
自分だけが何もしないわけにはいかないと。そう言って聞かなかったのです。
I tried to stop him, but he insisted, saying he could not sit quietly in the wings doing nothing. He would not listen
俺
to
は
me.
あの方に逆らえない。命じられれば君の敵になる。
You know I can't defy him. If he orders it, I will turn against you.
今はあなたに限らず、私の身に何が起こってもおかしくはありません。
You are not the only person. You are only. Oh my god. You are not the only possible danger to me anymore. Anything could happen.
私の言葉は届きません。9月に起こした試験措置もその場しのぎに過ぎませんでした。
My words no longer reach him. The test measures in September were, in the end, nothing more than a temporary stop.
あの方のこと以外にもう一つ。旧10月の執行者の素性が分かった。被害者がなぜ裁かれたのかもね。
I discovered one more interesting thing. I know who the September and October executor was and why the murderer was executed as well.
あなたはそこまで知る必要はなかったのですが。
Under normal circumstances, there would be no need for you to know that
俺は
information.
謎が解けてすっきりしたけど。この分じゃ捜査本部に気づかれるのも時間の問題だと思うよ。
I'm happy simply having solved the problem, but if I figured it out, it's only a matter of time before the investigators catch on.
執行者に肩入れしていません。暴かれたらそれまでです。
I have contributed nothing to that executioner. Should they be caught, that is not my problem.
優しく使い捨ての駒か。まあ彼らは正式な人間じゃないしね。
Expendable pawns in the end. Oh well, they aren't really true humans after all. True.
君が執着してるのはただ一人だ。長い付き合いだし、よーくわかってるよ。
You are obsessed with one person only. I know you for so long. That's obvious to me.
あなたはこれからどうするのですか。
What'll you do
君には知
now?
らせてなかったけど、俺は今ある実験をしてるんだ。
I haven't mentioned this to you yet, but right now I'm conducting a long-term experiment. An experiment?
なかなかできない実験だよ。これのために俺の10年はあったんだと思う。
It's one that not many get to do. I think this is what those 10 years were for.
その実験というのは。
Wait a minute, is that experiment what I think it is?
それは言えない。これで察してよ。
I don't think I'll tell you. Guess for yourself.
ということですか。
So you accept the consequences
君
then.
も俺の立場を忘れたわけじゃないよね。
You haven't forgotten my position, have you?
いつかはその時が来ると思っていました。
No, I knew such a time would come
前に君
eventually.
は俺のように割り切れたらって言ってたけど、おすすめはしないよ。心を持って初めて人になれるんだから。
You once said that you wished you could discard the unnecessary. So do I. But I don't recommend that. Having a heart is what makes
あ
you
なたは
human.
変わりましたね。
You've
そうかも
changed.
しれない。最初はわからないことが多かったけど、
Perhaps.
そういう生き方もあったのかなって思った。
At first, there was so much I didn't understand, but looking back, it is a perfectly valid way of life.
今更どうしようもない。俺は俺でしかない。
But it's too late now. I can only ever be myself. I hung up and after a moment turned my eyes to the scenery around me. It wasn't where I'd watched the sun. It was where I watched the sun set with her. Now it was steeped in twilight. No stars were out. Soon the world around me would lose all its color. Well, that's it. It's over.
まあそれなりに面白かったし楽しめた。こんな経験なかなか味わえないだろうし。
Oh well, it wasn't half bad. I had fun. Not many get to experience what I did. Oh right, I don't need this anymore, do I? I fished the phone strap. I traded with her out of my pocket and let it drop to the ground. I got enough data that I'm pretty sure I can predict her behavioral patterns from now on. When she finds out that it was an act, she's going to be surprised. No, disappointed perhaps? Now to put on the finishing touches. Interesting. It's so quiet tonight, no calls at all. Of course, no calls was a good thing. I'd had the chance to finish up all my paperwork if there was a call, I could handle it myself. But until then, I'll have some time to think about what Shiraishi and I discussed. I think he've managed to get pretty close to the truth behind the case. I pulled a diagram out of my desk, taking another look at it. At the end there, Shiraishi seems interested in Misako. She was a student who had a crush on Hachisuka, but at the time, Hachisuka had feelings for Miss Uno. Friendly, I like that. If the school gets complaints from a parent, they would likely hold Miss Uno accountable for them. And this is still just speculation, but it's probable Tsunemori was involved in her suicide. Now both Hachisuka and Tsunemori were dead. At a glance, it looked like Tsunemori, known for his violent impulses, had simply gone off the rails. At its heart, X Day is a string of interconnected terrorist incidents perpetrated by Adonis. Adonis had a message they wanted to send to the world, and they committed these murders to do it. April and May were cases of police wrongdoing. July highlighted the evil of stalkers. It's hard to think Adonis would act on someone with no lesson to teach, like Tsunemori. Somebody manipulated Tsunemori, however, convincing him to murder Hachisuka. Then one of them was arrested as a suspect. They had him commit suicide. If we assume that killing both was Adonis's goal, then what they were after with this case is vengeance for Mrs. Uno being driven to suicide. Then I had to wonder if Yoshitani was safe given she got her parent to complain to the school. It was possible she was considered another player in the tragedy that drove Miss Uno to suicide. I'll try calling her again. It's like 2 a.m. Let's go. Nope, no answer. I called her parents and her friends too, but none of them had seen her lately. In fact, most of them didn't even have a contact number for her. It seemed she didn't have a steady job either. At this rate, there isn't anyone left who could possibly know where she is or how she's doing. Wait a second, were those two kids you bumped into Mrs. Uno's daughter and son? Are they 18? Are they the same age? Okay. I had a bad feeling and it was growing worse. She was brought in as a character witness for both Hachisuka and Tsunemori in the September cases, so she was definitely alive then. The case for Tsunemori's later suicide was closed so fast that no witnesses were brought in. There wouldn't be any update on her file. But what if Adonis's October warning video was really for the death of Misako Yoshitani? Am I overthinking this? I wanted to go to her house and check on her right away, but it was still the middle of my shift. If I figured it out, then I'm sure Shiraishi has to have long discovered this possibility. I pulled out my cell phone and composed a quick text to him. Are you busy right now? I hit send and waited. No response came. I guess this means he's busy. Thinking about it, Shirashi's real job would be aiding the investigation of the recent incidents. It looks like he's barely had time to eat lately. I bet he didn't have much time for sleep either. I opened my cell phone and typed another text. Dear goodness, I don't know. I want your opinion on this case. Please don't push yourself too hard. I'm sure you must be busy, but please be sure to take a break. Don't overwork yourself, okay? I was curious what he thought about my theories, but that was the text my fingers typed. Well, Sudashi is pretty oblivious when it comes to his personal care. Not long but after I hit send, my phone vibrated. I'm not so weak, I need to play nurse. He answered. It was a very Sudashi response, but it also seemed a little more cruel than usual. Still, just that he replied at all was enough to make me feel a lot better. At the same time, I couldn't sit and twiddle my thumbs while I still had questions on the case. I should probably call him. I felt bad interrupting him while he was busy, but time was of the essence. What do you want at this hour? I'm sorry to bug you, but I was thinking about what you said earlier, and now I have to wonder if Misako Yoshitani isn't the real victim of October's case. I called her multiple times but haven't been able to reach her. Is it a possible victim? I need to hurry and determine her safety. That's only one of many possibilities. Huh? Sometimes people just can't get to their phone. Using that as your motivation imputed seems hasty. But there's a reason investigations have proper steps. Follow them and call her again tomorrow morning. Okay. Anyways, I have a mountain of work to do for HQ. Goodbye. What? He hung up on me, leaving me staring at my phone, unsure of how to feel. Oh, she has the phone. Oh, she had the phone charm. He is busy, I guess. And he had a point, too. I should probably focus on my own job. December 19th, 7:05 a.m. Morning came and Mochida arrived to relieve me of my shift. I got my things and walked out. I wonder if Shirashi is still in the crime lab. He does have enough work to pull an all-nighter. Plus, I can totally see him getting so absorbed in his work that he forgets to eat or sleep. Maybe I should grab a snack and bring it to him just to make sure he's eating. What, not going home yet? I just turned on my heels to go back inside when I ran into Mochida. Well, Shirashi said he was staying the night too. I thought I'd check on him. Shirashi? I did see him a minute ago. He did look pretty out of it, truth be told. What? He was in street clothes, so I bet he's leaving. If you want to check, I'd hurry. Right, thank you. I dashed outside and down the street towards Shirashi's place when I saw a familiar person. Shirashi! I called out to him as I caught up, but he didn't stop or even slow down. Shirashi? I heard you the first time. What do you want? Mochida told me you looked out of it when you were leaving earlier. I was worried. I pulled an all-nighter. I'm sleepy. Is that all? Can I go now? Huh? Cold words, an annoyed look. He didn't even mask. First, there was the call last night, now this. He was definitely acting strange. You know, you've been acting weird lately. Oh, I've just been myself, really. No, you haven't. You're usually more... Just because you hung out with me a bit, would you please stop acting like you know me? He was smiling, but he was very different from the one I had grown used to.
何か勘違いしてない？
What you've seen of me is only a teeny part of who I am. Are you sure you haven't gotten the wrong idea?
ああ、それとも君のこと好きって言ったのを真に受けちゃったのかな。
Or did you possibly take the I like you thing
君
seriously?
って冗談でも真に受けちゃう子だもんね。俺も懐かれたものだな。
You really do take my jokes too seriously. Man, you are really... Oh my god, I gotta read this again. You always did take my jokes too seriously. Man, are you really that attached already? No words would come. All I could do was stand there and stare at him, blinking in confusion. His gaze turned
ちょっとした暇つ
scornful.
ぶし程度のつもりで付き合ってたけど、飽きた。もう君に興味なくなっちゃったんだよね。
I hung out with you just to kill some times, but I'm bored now. You don't interest me anymore. And with that, he turned and walked away quickly, fading into the distance. His sudden cold denial left me frozen in place. Did I do something wrong? Is that really what he feels? Was he joking when he said he thought he liked me? I thought we were getting closer. Did I really have the wrong idea this whole time? It felt like I'd been doused with ice water. After all that time, did I not understand him at all? Bum 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 bum. Alright, we did it! Yay! We're gonna save as soon as it lets me, before she says any words. I feel like this one has more photos, or maybe I'm just crazy. I feel like I've gotten a lot more pictures in this story. Yeah. Return to main menu. Album. Event. Event. Oh, am I not supposed to... Have I done this in the wrong order? Who knows? Three, four... I'm so confused. No, he actually is gonna have... No, he's gonna have the same amount as him. He's got one less. He's got one less, which hurts my feelings. Interesting. Weird. Oh, wait a second. Oh no. 2 out of 4. Oh gosh, do I need to go back to that and make other options? I don't know. Interesting. Alrighty, well. Right, I'm not crazy, am I? 37 out of 37. I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything. Oh, there's another one for the band photo? Oh, there's a chance. Okay, wait, there's a chance something like this happens in one of the other stories. I'm not gonna judge that one right away. Interesting. Okay, got all those. 33, 37. He's only got 29, which is really weird because I feel like I've seen so many photos already. That's weird. He's got the most, but yet it's like the least amount. That's weirder. Anyways, we've done it. We've done the things. We played the game. We did 2 chapters today, so we'll see how that goes in the near future. I feel like he's the one that answers all the questions. Did I mess up? Should I saved him for later? He wasn't my favorite. We'll see how it goes. But we're 3 chapters in now, so we only have 3 more to go. So hopefully we'll get through his story and then we'll get to the next guy. We'll see how this story pans out. This one has the more interesting details. So I don't know if I've judged this game wrong or if I'm just the one that's confused, because typically there's like a little chart, right? You go like, oh, let's go this way, and you'll end up on someone's story. And I feel like I got lucky and ended up on his story. I don't know how I got there. Just don't know. But anyways, thank you so much for joining me this early morning. I hope you have a lovely day. If you'd like to see the older Caller X Malice videos, you can find those on my YouTube channel. If you're on YouTube and you want to see my newer streams, you can visit me on Twitch. Bye!